Call our meeting to order. It is 5:06 p.m. We're going to begin with public comment for closed session items only. We do not have anyone in person for public comment on our closed session items. Do we have any emails?
Nothing on email.
All right, thank you. Next is roll call. Trustee Dickinson.
Present.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Donnelly.
Present.
Trustee Edmondson. Present. Trustee Jackson Miller. Present. Thank you. All right, we're going to convene to closed session. It's 5:07 p.m. Session back into order at 6:38 p.m. Happy to have y'all here. We are going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you wouldn't mind, you're going to rise and face the flag. And please repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we usually have a student here during the school year to lead us in the pledge and read our mission statement, but it's always my pleasure to read the mission statement to center us at the beginning of the meeting. So our mission statement, which is also up on the wall, is staff, students, parents, and the community help ensure that each child develops the skills and character necessary for lifelong achievement and responsible citizenship in a diverse world. Our next item is to adopt the agenda. And I would ask the board to consider adopting the agenda, but with the omission of item 2A, which has been removed from the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt?
I'll make it.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next up is the report out of closed sessions. So as mentioned previously, item 2A was removed from the agenda, so there was no discussion on item 2A. Item 2B on the in the appeal of the interdistrict transfer denial. On a vote of 5-0, the board voted to deny the appeal for case number 2023-2401. On item number 2C, for stipulated expulsion case number 2022-2301, on a vote of 5-0, the board voted to approve the application. On item 2B, the application for case number 2022-2301, on a vote of 4-1, the board voted to approve the application. Our final closed session item to report out on is the evaluation of the superintendent. The superintendent received a positive. It's like a little celebration noise. The superintendent received a positive evaluation for the 2022-23 school year, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Just one tiny other little bit of business is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion from the board to approve and adopt the consent agenda?
I move to approve, but I will have a question after,
Okay.
or I can ask.
Do you need to pull an item and ask me?
No, no.
Or- Okay.
Can I ask it right now?
Yes.
So items on the attorneys, 4H through 4J, pages 29 to 48. So were the fees impacted by inflation?
I did not check to see if the fees went
Yeah.
up, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my only question. You don't have to answer now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have checked that. Everything's gone up.
Yes, everything has gone up. That's true. With that, do I have a motion to approve and adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Thank
Second.
you. And first and a second, and fairly certain we have a, do we have a resolution in this?
I think so.
Yes, I was gonna say, all right, good. I want to make sure we take the vote the correct way. There we go. There they are. That's a mighty long consent agenda. So we've got a motion and a second, and when you're ready, we'll do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Trustee Jeff Familion,
Aye.
trustee Edmondson,
Aye.
trustee Donnelly,
Aye.
trustee Rodriguez,
Aye.
trustee Dickinson.
Aye.
All right, thank you. On to the big stuff, the recognition items. So we'll start with item 5A.
Awesome. This is the good stuff.
Yes.
So it's my honor tonight to introduce Nicole Killian to you in person. At our last board meeting, you approved Nicole's hiring to serve as the principal of Main Street Elementary School beginning in the 23-24 school year. You may have remembered her name as Nicole Marsh on paper, but in just a few seconds, I'll give her an opportunity to explain while you'll get to know her as Nicole Killian. Nicole was selected from a strong field of candidates by a very well-rounded interview panel, representing all the pertinent groups of our school community. I'm familiar with Nicole's work in education from our county, around our county, most recently with Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I can tell you that her work at both the site and district level has led her to be a well-rounded educational leader. And while she's well-rounded, she also has a very clear focus on area of expertise, and that's around early childhood literacy, which we can all acknowledge is the foundation of everything that we do. I envision Nicole integrating exceptionally well with the Main Street staff and community. Nicole, I saw you brought some of your loved ones with you here tonight, so I give you the opportunity to come up, introduce them, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about yourself. Yeah, come on up and make it official.
Then you can watch the video later. Yeah.
Well,
It's
yes,
it's a safe place.
I am very privileged to be here tonight. Thank you very much for selecting me. I am exceptionally excited about getting to learn from and cooperate with and collaborate with a very well-established staff and see where we can take the next steps for the future of this school. And I have an amazing support group and they are here tonight. So I'll introduce my kids first. So my daughter Gianna.
Gianna, stand up. Yes.
Going into high school now,
She
right?
would be a freshman in high school. Yeah, she loves the theater and she's a very astute student and I'm exceptionally proud of her and her goals. And I'm glad that she could be here tonight and meet all of you. So, yeah, and then Jesse Marsh, he is my son who's 16, he's driving and ruling the world with his good driving skills. And he's very goal driven and I'm exceptionally proud of him, his responsibility, his care and his love for his sister, which is amazing. You don't always find that with teenagers. And that he is living his dreams and he's going to be a senior next year.
Senior,
So,
wow.
yeah, on his way to make good things happen in the world. So,
What high school?
yes, they go to Monte Vista.
Okay.
Yeah, they went through Bradley Elementary with me through Pompano Valley Unified when I was the AC there.
Hmm.
And then they went to junior high at Monte Vista.
Nice. So
Junior
do you
high.
drive her to school or is that, yeah? My sister has
That's a
to
great
drive
gift.
me. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And then, of course, my fiance Scott Killian,
Hi.
he is my wingman, my greatest supporter, and I'm thankful for him. We will be getting married in October, so I will be absent a few days. And that was disclosed before I was hired. But he is CAL FIRE and Santa Clara unit up at Smith Creek Station on East San Jose. And very proud of him. He just got promoted to captain, so he has his own station. So he has a station, I have my site. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
so we're the crazy people that picked a time of year when we're both the busiest to get married. But super grateful to have him in my life because he supports me as much as I support him and just really grateful to be a part of a team that I can move forward with and hopefully bring equity on many different levels to our students. I'm very passionate about literacy, very passionate about students getting what they need to thrive. And being a site leader is more than a privilege. So thank you for selecting me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah. Well, we are
Yeah.
very happy to meet
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Really happy to meet your family, your support team. We are a small but mighty district and we say it a lot genuinely, like this district is a family, you know. For my own reflection, I was recently at Craig Broadhurst's retirement party and watching someone who served our district for 35 years, right? 35 years and I have not been involved in the district for that long, but being able to see folks coming back, it's like when people come back who've been retired for 10 years, like this is a really tight family community. So welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, welcome.
Yeah.
And as our president always says, you're welcome to stay for the whole
Thank
meeting,
you.
but no offense, if you need to get on with the business, so we
Yeah.
will not be offended if
Really,
you make your way up.
If you have any questions for us, you're welcome to ask, but we appreciate you coming. We appreciate meeting you all and you are absolutely not in any way expected to stay.
We appreciate this.
Yeah.
We will enjoy our summer evening, but I want to just say it really means a lot to be here. I didn't have a privilege like this in previous experience, and so being able to see you face to face and know that and partnering with you means a lot. So thank you for including me.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Welcome.
Great to see all of you.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. Bye, Gianna. Good to see you.
And thanks for bringing your family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. Take care.
Well, and just to express to the board what a perfect fit she is for her district, she and I were in the same virtual literacy conference this morning. And I'm raving about the same speaker, and then she sent it to me like, you have to see this, you have to send it to everyone, I'm like, I saw it.
That's great.
So, just
Yeah.
a perfect fit.
Nice, thank you. All right, Well, we have more awesome recognition.
That's
So,
fair.
yeah,
Yay.
so move on to our next item.
You want me to take it?
You have
Okay,
it,
so
one?
yes,
Yeah.
CAC awards, yes. So as you know, our district is part of the North Santa Cruz County Special Education Local Plan Area, another one of our favorite acronyms, that's the SELPA. So each SELPA in the state has to have a community advisory committee, that's the CAC. And that gives parents a voice, so it's made up of special education parents. And so great idea to make sure parents have a voice in everything that we do. Our CAC annually solicits nominations for awards called the CAC Awards. The wonderful thing about these awards is they are straight from the field and straight from the heart. Two of our district employees, you may be able to guess who they are, received a CAC award at the end of last school year, at the end of the school year. They just happen to be the two folks who lead our student services division. I can say they lead student services with a high level of organizational strategies, high level of knowledge, high level of support, but most importantly, they lead the department with a lot of heart. And so I just have to give one example. This is the first year, 22-23 was the first year I ever walked into the annex and encountered the joy of interacting with students. And so these students come regularly into the annex, which is always just a place for adults before. They come before school and they come during some breaks, and you can just tell they feel very comfortable and loved there. So on top of everything else they do, they have created an additional safe space for middle schoolers to just be themselves. It is therefore with great joy that I acknowledge Carissa Lemos and Sama Al Rashid as this year's CAC award winners.
Thank you for that. Congratulations. We have certificates of recognition for you. If you both would, if you'd like to come up together or separately, we would love to.
Oh,
give
they're
you-
a team.
Yeah, I'm
Pretty sure you guys have to give a speech or something.
all right. And tell us about your pets as we usually do with
Yeah,
students when they get awards, but yeah, thank you so much. We are so appreciative of you and then it's always lovely to have staff recognized, but it's coming from us as well. So thank you so very much for your service and everything you do for students. It was so nice to hear about, on top of everything, creating that welcoming space for students. That's really beautiful to hear.
I cannot take any credit. It's really awesome.
Well, that's generous, you know, that's really generous because you probably, I mean, it's a pretty small workspace, right? Yes.
It's funny though, because I think that they notice most trepidations about stepping into this role is kids.
Yeah.
So I think a couple of students from the sites that I worked at previously, noticed that in the annex and came by. But then more and more came once they got some.
Nice. Aw.
Some of gets some snacks. There will often be students late into the afternoon in there. And then school and she, students in every way. So,
Just going above and beyond.
Thank you. You guys have any questions? for-
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
actually.
Yeah, if you for coming in.
Isn't it great if one of your peers recognize you?
Mm-hmm,
I mean, that's
Yeah.
the best.
yeah.
And great videos. I don't know who was surprised more.
So celebrate.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I'll
Yeah.
just tell you one more really great thing about the two of
Mhm.
these two is that their sense of humor is unparalleled.
Good.
You want a good dry laugh, you know where to go.
So now we're all gonna be inviting ourselves over to the annex.
Yeah.
He's past the student.
Excuse me, I heard there were snacks and good jokes.
And now I want to ask, what are you guys gonna do next?
Yeah.
What's the next great,
Robert, I was planning to stick around here for a while.
Yeah.
My expectations now, guys, it's great.
Yeah. Well, thank you very, very much. We congratulate you and appreciate you. Yay. Thank you. And thank you for taking time on a summer evening to
Yes.
come in and see us and receive our gratitude.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Take
Yes.
care.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care. I mean, you're welcome to stay, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the board for allowing the space for recognition. I think it's.
Of course, I know, yeah.
I think that's great.
Well,
Part
and
of the meeting. I'm done.
yes. Yeah. Wow.
Well, you insist, Ted, I mean,
Can we just,
Just go ahead.
just give Michelle the mic. Let's go.
Remember, we have dozens of viewers.
Yeah.
On YouTube right now, dozens of viewers, I'm sure. But in all honesty of Scott, thank you for making sure we keep recognitions on the agenda. If that's coming from you, that's coming from staff to make sure that we recognize folks for
The little
their
things.
hard work. It's important. It's
Yep.
really important. So thank you. Rolling along though, I think unless I'm probably missing something. We've got our recognition items and yeah, public hearings. Right, so 6A would be our public hearing regarding the proposed 23-24 budget. Do you want to say a couple words before we open the public hearing?
Just want to present the board tonight. I do actually want to say I appreciate tonight's meeting. I appreciate presenting the budget, and I appreciate the smaller crowd.
Yeah.
So I will open up the budget. Later on in my presentation, I'll give an update on the governor's proposed May revise and any additions that might have come in since last time we spoke.
All right, great. Well, with that, I will open up the public hearing, make it official, make it 6:54. We don't have anyone here in person to address this for the public hearing, so I'll just check and give it a minute and see if anyone emails something on this one.
I have the email up too in case you get busy. Yeah, a little heavier load the rest of
If
the
it comes late, we can
That's
do
right.
it at the
Yeah.
second part, the second round.
That's right. All right. So nothing for this public hearing, right?
No.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close it. It's 6:55. Thank you very much. And our next public hearing is on the LCAP.
same as Michelle, happy to have a smaller crowd tonight. But also very happy to be able to present the draft of the LCAP and open the public hearing.
All right, I'll open it up. 6:55. There's also still no one here in public.
You want the saw? Yeah, you want-
Oh, no,
Okay,
no, it's okay.
it was getting stuck in here, so.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Okay.
All right. No emails on this one?
No emails.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing on the LCAP. And then we'll move on to public communications. We do not have anyone here in person for public communications. Do we have any emails for public communications for items not on the agenda?
Refresh.
Thank you.
No, we do not.
All right, thank you. Next up then, items from the assistant superintendents. Want to mix it up or you're okay going first?
I'm happy to go
Thank
first.
you. Thank you. All right.
So most of what I've been working on the last month since last time we met, can't believe it's been that long with our board meetings in between. I appreciate the board allowing that extra space and time for us to complete and create the budget and the LCAP. As we've been working on that, we've had, I'm sure, we're gonna talk a lot about some celebrations, end of the year celebrations being a part of, which has been just always the best part of the year. Getting to go to the open houses and all that good stuff. Also, so last year, at the end of the school year, I've met with each of the principals and we did a site walkthrough after the kids were out, and it was myself, George and Steve and my assistant Pam. And we went classroom by classroom, room by room, outdoor space, everything. And we just looked at it. We wrote down everything and anything. We looked at things that are safety concerns. We looked at things that are wish list items. We looked at things that, teachers we might have been talking about, staff might have been talking about. So it was really a very extensive, each school site was probably 3 to 4 pages long on all the information we collected. And so we just begun our walkthroughs for the new year. And so it was very gratifying to go into the same classrooms and the same sites and see the things off the list that we could just continuously check off, that throughout the entire year, maintenance and IT have worked on to upgrade our sites. And then look at our list of replacement of carpets and replacement of old furniture and things like that will be happening this summer. Also a few additional items with some reworking of our staff. We might be able to get some additional painting done at SoCal Elementary, some of those older classrooms interior. They are very colorful. When all the artwork comes down off the walls and you're in there in an empty classroom and it's like, that's a lot of color going on in here. So it does take a bit to get that paint and so anyways, we're really trying. Steve has a good crew for during the summer. We have a lot of our 10-month staff that come back and work over the summer. They help out with both maintenance, deferred maintenance plans and with our grounds, try to get them up and running. And so really that's continuously what we'll be doing throughout the summer, as well as working on the roof projects at Main Street. And then as some of you might have noticed, the solar at New Brighton, and then the HVAC systems are on their way to being installed at Santa Cruz Gardens. So heavy on facilities and closing the books for business. But anyways, the site walkthroughs were actually they're like I said, they've been really interesting in talking to the principals. So in this year it will be unique because we will have Carlo and Craig doing the walkthrough at Santa Cruz Gardens. So getting the outgoing principal and the incoming principal and talking about some of those things is a treat. So we don't always get that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will not double up on some of the celebrations that we were able to attend at the end of the year, but super fantastic. This time of year, it's summer school started last week. And we have a very healthy summer school program this year. We're very excited to see kids. We're very excited to see adults, and we're very excited to see them all be happy and at school. So that's been really fantastic. We do have a very large staff for our summer work this year, which makes me know that first, it's a great place for kids to be, but a place that adults want to be. We did staff our summer school program with our internal staff first, and then we were able to, we had some extra need and we were able to hire outside. So we've got some really great new additions to our team. So that is, that's really off to a great start. This time of year is also very busy for us. We're doing a lot of curriculum purchases, curriculum audits. We're taking a look at a lot of data and working on the LCAP, which we'll talk a little bit about more tonight. And then I just think, lastly, bringing in a new principal team is really exciting to me. I work with the principals really closely every day. And Nicole and Carlo are going to they're just going to bring something special to our district. I'm really excited to be working with them and starting, to talk to them about their plans and goals and dreams and hopes, and then also shattering them a little bit with some of the other realities of the work. So
Sounds like good energy.
yeah. That's
Is that a band game on?
I wish.
Oh.
I
just I got that off my mind. I would think about it.
How do I follow?
We have Tuesday film.
Yes, yes. How do I follow that? So yeah, I don't want to double up too much, but I'll just briefly say all of the end of the year festivities were great. And our staffs make kids feel so special about matriculating to the next grade. And the New Brighton graduation was especially nice. Callie, great job on your speech. The first crack at it. Yeah, it was like very meaningful but concise, and that's what the crowd wants, right? It was a special honor for me too, because my daughter graduated 8th grade, so to have that double hat was really meaningful, and I just can't be thankful enough to the whole staff over there. They really are great, and I can say that from the ground floor, as some of you can too. So with our lengthy agenda tonight, I'm not going to have too long of a superintendent's report. I do want to say thank you to Jessica, Jackie, summer school lead, Donna Renee Martin, and all the summer school teachers and staff for a successful start to summer school. Phil and I were able to go visit earlier today to summer school, and I saw students who are learning and smiling and happy. And that's a big accomplishment in summer school. One young lady told us at first she didn't want to go. She was really afraid. It's a different school. And after the first day, she loved everybody in the class and now looks forward to going. So what better like validation could you get than that? SEA negotiations, we had a third session for the 23-24 school year last week, and we made good progress, really tightened up all of the language, which I think is just about 99% buttoned up. And then we are looking at, of course, compensation and taking a look at the salary schedule and seeing if there's restructuring that can be done on that. That still keeps us within the range of compensation that we can offer. So it's been really positive, and we have another session at the end of June. And I'm really thankful that those folks are willing to come in during summer because we have to be here and they don't. And so that says a lot about their dedication to the process. And then lastly, I know we're going to hear a lot about it tonight, but I just want to thank Michelle and Jessica for their leadership on budget and LCAP. They will tell you that it's all their staff and everybody else, but none of that gets done unless there's a good point person, excellent point person on each of those. So thank you both for all your work on that. And that's all for me.
All right, thank you. Next up would be items from CSEA. I know it's summer. We don't always expect that we'll have representation, but do we have any report from CSEA that got sent in? No. Okay, and how about SCA?
I do have one for SEA.
Excellent.
So let me bring that up real quick.
Yeah.
And it says, this is from Donna Renee Martin, President. Good evening. Unfortunately, we do not have an in-person SEA representation tonight. But SEA does want to inform the board that summer school and ESY are now humming along.
Mhm.
And we appreciated a visit from Superintendent Scott Turnbull and Board Trustee Phil Rodriguez today. I didn't just write that in. The SEA negotiation team also looks forward to continued positive discussions with the administrative team. We also want to extend a warm welcome to our new principals.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. All right, items from trustees. I will mix it up and I will start. I don't have much to report. I did attend Craig's retirement party. That was a real honor and a pleasure, as I mentioned earlier. Not just seeing current staff members, but seeing people come back. It was really special. So thank you. I know Pam put a lot of work into organizing it. I'm sure others as well, but that was really a really lovely send off for someone who still is, who still has a few more days, I know. And then just kind of as a community member, I wanted to share some exciting news about the city of Capitola. We probably all know this, but they're working on creating an accessible playground at Jade Street Park. And so they've had meetings. So it's kind of been on my radar. They've had public meetings to get community input on what kinds of features people are looking for in a playground. And this is sort of hot off the presses and was shared with me, and the district can always consider if there's anything the district wants to share out, but they're involving the public in considering a naming process for the park, which is cool. So they're actually looking for input from kids and families and folks. So but so an accessible park is like Leo's Haven. If any of you have ever been to Leo's Haven, and some of the same folks who created Leo's Haven are involved in this process as well. So it's a really beautiful idea to create a playground that all kids, have the ability to access. So I'm excited about that. And that's it for me.
I'll go down the line. It's a bit of a blur just as a parent with the, the parties and the field trips and but as a board member, I went to the 8th grade graduation, Main Street open house. And then it is maybe my favorite activity, but it's Main Street Field Day. It's the greatest. It's all the teachers and they all have different activities, and the classes are in, with their buddies and matching, colors, and they rotate, and it's just really a feel good. It's one of my favorites. So that's it.
Perfect. Okay. First of all, I really appreciate the recognitions. People coming in here. I mean, when we have a chance, it'd be nice to bring other people in that done something for the district. You don't have to do it every meeting, but I always think of that. But I really appreciate people coming in. I mean, there's not ticker tapes and balloons, but I think we all appreciate them and then taking the time to come in too. I think that's great. And then Callie, you did great in the speech. Can I borrow from my father the bride speech? I gotta stay on subject, But anyway, she did a great job.
Oh, okay. So yeah, congratulations on that. That was, you look just calm as a cucumber out there. That didn't feel the stage shaking. Nothing. So yeah, it was great. So there's a few things that being on the board and being able to watch the students walk and get their paper. We all remember that, and so it's the shared experience, and I'm part of it, so that's, every year I'm part of it, and I don't have to have someone in 8th grade. So thank you for that. I did, as you heard, went to the summer school this morning, and it was great, and I did put a student on the spot. So what do you think of summer school? All smiles, loving it, right? So there you go. That was great. And then before this meeting, I ran into Robert out here, and we were scoping out the solar. So I'm gonna send you the pictures I just took, and maybe you can use them. But it's looking good. And you're moving along pretty quick, so
Yeah.
you're gonna be done pretty soon.
Yeah, most of it done by Thursday evening, completed up by Friday. Yeah, it's like a kit.
And then,
Once they get delivered, they just
and then the hookup happens later, right?
much later, yeah.
Right, okay. And that's pretty much it for me.
Yeah, I'll dovetail on Ted a little bit. I love having the recognitions. I mean, it seems like we have so many people that do so many amazing things, and they do it silently because they're passionate, so any opportunity we get to shine the light on people, for the great job they do is terrific. I had a wonderful time also, Callie. I thought your speech was great. And it was super fun seeing your daughter, graduate. And, I have 50 friends whose kids all are leaving 8th grade, so it was, just a great family experience to see them and their parents and how excited they were about the New Brighton experience and what's next. I went to the Main Street Open House. I thought that was done so well. I'm always so impressed with our teachers and our classrooms, and the kids that stay in there afterwards just to talk to the teachers and to hang out. And I couldn't be more pleased with everybody that just contributes so much to that. It's really, really special. And that's it for me.
So one more thing. So on the recognition, I think I mentioned this to you. Would it be possible to put up in the DO office, some certificates or whatever people receive, just to kind of, have it on display?
I think you'd run out of room.
We should have taken
I hope so.
All right, we got a plan for the future.
All right.
All right.
No, that's a good idea.
Can I add something though to the celebrations that I completely omitted and I feel really bad about? We had 3 of our district office staff graduate with a higher level degree.
wow.
Recently.
Oh.
So we had 2 master's degrees and a bachelor's degree graduate in 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Got another meeting coming. There you go.
Vicky, our nurse, Jackie, my administrative assistant, and Jake Struckmeyer.
Wow, that's
Very cool.
Next meeting.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you, everybody, for the great updates. We will move on to our presentations. So when you're ready, we're excited to receive our presentation on our proposed 22-23 budget. And we've got the
money.
The money.
yeah.
Oh, money, but no wording.
It's
I didn't
Got how clever it is, right?
even know it.
But that's how we operate. They're just briefcases full of cash.
I was trying to, they had all these like boring
Yeah.
pictures and budgets and scales and whatnot. And I'm like, it's just
Take my desk right now.
I know, it's just right there. I, as a funny side note though, the COE, they have, they were telling me they have an underneath ground area like that they do keep all their storage in. And it was so funny, the one of the directors there, we were talking, and there were employees that literally like way back in the day thought that the COE kept all the cash to pay payroll underneath the COE in the locked vault room. And I was like, they're like, yeah, so it's this rumor that never ends that the COE is just cash underneath the grounds. So there you go. There's our cash. All right. Yes. This evening, I'm going to be presenting our 23-24 proposed adopted budget. Before we get into what's in our budget, just a little brief update on the state budget from May Revised. Had the opportunity to via Zoom watch school services presentation of the budget, and then in person capital advisors interpretation of the budget, which is always great. Both, I mean, in this particular year, there isn't a lot of change from the proposed January budget, and the economy is somewhat more stable, if you want to call it that, from prior years in what the governor is proposing. So there wasn't too much difference between the two presentations, other than school services does go heavy on a lot of political aspects to the statewide budget, as opposed to capital advisors really narrows it down to public education more so. But just a few things, as you know, as impacts everything, the S&P 500 is down. The state revenues have softened since the governor's proposal in January. That has increased the state's budget deficit from 22.5 billion to 31.5 billion. Some of these numbers are predicated by the fact that our personal income tax has been postponed, if you would call that, to October. So they're estimating 42 billion right now that are due to come in the fall after taxes. So right now it does put the state in a little bit of limbo, in the sense of the 23-24 year is not going to change much, as you can tell from the January proposal to the May proposal. What will happen if revenue and income doesn't come in as predicted or higher, it will be our out years, 24-25 and 25-26, that will have a significant impact. Right now, they're offsetting what might be an impact in 23-24 with some one-time monies. And then, as we've all seen in the news, interest rate hikes, inflation, bank failures, these are all contributing factors to the overall state budget and the slice of the pie that education receives under Prop 98, and what's within Prop 98 and what's outside of Prop 98. Yep. And so some of the other things that were proposed for education was an 8.22% COLA, up slightly from the January proposal, which was 8.13%. These are factors that are built in that build the COLA. So the COLA looking great at 8.22%. And it is based on a number of markers that the state has to hit that determines what the COLA will be proposed at. This doesn't mean that the governor can't turn around in the final proposal and enact in basically what they call a negative augmentation, which would be a negative COLA. So we would still get the 8.22%, but they would put that in with, say, a negative 3% or 2% or something of that nature, if at the time they need a lot of where this money is coming from are the two things that you see on here: the clawback of both the art, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant, and then now, which was added in May, revise a clawback of the learning recovery emergency block grant. And so by pulling back that money, the governor is using those one-time funds to offset ongoing costs in the general fund budget, specifically under Prop 98. It is one way to fix a problem. It isn't a long-term fix, and it does take away money that the districts have all received. The districts throughout the state of California have received their first apportionment of the art, music, and discretionary block grant. Our district was to receive roughly $1 million. After the proposed clawback, we will receive probably 350 to 400,000 is what is being proposed. So not only is we've already received about $500,000 in cash infusion because the first apportionment was already released. The governor and the CDE have decided to not release the second round of apportionment cash funding, which means there are districts out there that have spent their full allocation already without receiving their cash infusion. Oops. Because this was a 22-23 enacted budget proposal, and we haven't had a governor do this in as long as I've been doing this, and so it's been a very long time that a governor has come along and taken something back from a prior year in a new year to fix a future year problem. It's basically what is happening. And so this all still has to be passed through legislation, and so there's a lot of advocacy groups out there that are both opposed to this and the now, which was new, the learning recovery emergency block grant. For us, very specifically, we had not, a plan has to be proposed to the board for the art, music, and instructional material money. And so we hadn't brought a budget yet to the board on spending approval, which is great because we don't know how much we're going to get. So now we're going to wait until we know for sure after a budget's been fully approved before bringing a proposal. So for us, you know, it could have been, but might not happen, but we aren't in a position that we spent and we now don't have and have to make up for it. So it's kind of good in that sense. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant does not have to go to the board for approval. We have received our funding for that for that grant. However, we just are proposing spending a portion of that in the upcoming LCAP, which Jessica will talk about in a little bit. And so that will bring it down there. We would have received roughly $1 million again, and this will bring it down to probably around 650,000 for the district. So still a fair amount of money, even if we don't receive the full amount. And this money was much more restrictive, and that's why we waited until some of our other ESSER monies had expired before dipping into this money, because it goes through 28. So let's see. Okay, some of the other things, they're continuing to fund ELOP. Hey. And as I've been told in every every workshop I go to, the money's there till it's not. That's the new statement from the governor. And so ELOP is in the budget until it's no longer in the budget. And so right now it is, for this particular governor, a very big push for both birth to 5 and extended learning opportunity programs. And so it is still being funded. They're getting a slight COLA increase. And so for us, this is roughly $750,000 per year that the district will receive to offer our extended programs, which, as we've all heard in prior meetings, are going over well. I just am so excited about all the, because this was the implementation year, so we're not being audited. We're doing it's a soft audit this year to let us know what we need to change for next year, if anything. But I think it was kind of the same thing for our sites. Like a soft audit, because now they got a taste of what they can do and all the money that's around it. And I think you'll see our programs really expanding for next year, just based on the feedback we got from this year.
And what's UPP, Michelle?
Unduplicated count.
Oh, yeah.
So which is our
Yeah.
foster youth. Yeah, I'm sorry, that is how we receive our funding. So ELOP is based on our UPP percentage. But can and has to be spent for TK through 6 first, UPP students first. But we as a district decided to offer to all TK through 8 students. And by doing an offering to all students within the district, then it does open up being able to provide not just for the students that are UPP and TK6. Okay, federal funding. So that at the time was still a little bit in the balance. The federal government still working on their own budget situation going on up there in the Capitol. So I think we got a little bit more stability. But right now what's being proposed is an increase of Title I funding, which is great. Title I monies are based on a poverty level as well as our unduplicated count. And so in a lot of the areas where we do receive our funding based on unduplicated, because everybody has universal feeding, families are not filling out the forms as they have in the past. So we did a big push this year, and we actually got a lot more return, which was great. So we'll continue to do that and try to get all of our families to fill out those applications. Irregardless, if you think you qualify or not, we encourage all of our families to just fill it out and send it in. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't go anywhere. It just sits in a binder and that's it. And if you don't qualify, you don't qualify. And if you do, then you know, that is additional funding the district can receive. Not only the fact that all of our students eat for free, but the students that do end up qualifying for free and reduced application funding do receive other like PBET cards and free internet, and there's a lot of services out there for those families. And so if they have that documentation that they are able to access. 500 mil. Oh, I forgot to put the million. 500 million. Yeah, sorry. $500.
We got a dime on that.
Michelle,
Yeah.
how do we let families know about the program, the funding, and to get those forms filled out?
We do a big push. We do a actual, copied by mail application we send out. We put it through the portal. We have our sites send out emails. We send out emails. We encourage the families. We can do this year, we can do in conjunction with a free and reduced application form. We can do what they call an income verification form, which is the income verification form can be done through our portal in Infinite Campus, where our free and reduced application cannot, because it's a federal form that has to be done separately. So by doing that, I know SoCal-L, which does have the highest number of our unduplicated students, they were really fantastic. I mean, they did popsicle parties and pizza parties and all different kinds of stuff and incentives to have kids turn in the applications. We've offered to do prizes and for classroom prizes and things like that we support the sites with if they can get their the classroom that turns in the most, or every student who turns one, and something like that. Each of them have their own kind of ideas. So I think a lot of our sites really got into it. And so for New Brighton, it's a little different because it's per family. So if we can catch them at the elementary, if they happen to have a middle school student, there would already be captured. And so our push is typically more for the elementary sites than it is for the middle school, because we're usually getting most of those kids anyways.
How do we reach like any families that maybe they're Spanish only?
Our front office staff, they do a really great job communicating with all of our families when they come in at both like the back to school nights. And they were passing out on Friday, early pickup Fridays. They were doing application, passing them out to when the kids got picked up. They also open up their offices if families need help filling out the application. The front office staff opens their offices for them to come in and get help, or come into the district office. If they don't have anyone on site at the time that's Spanish speaking, we always help them.
You think we're reaching all those people? And
I think they're doing a really good job of it. I think it's really hard. We have such a diverse group at each of our elementary sites. And I think each of the sites take a different approach to being able to get that information out. And I think each of them do it in a really good way. SoCal, like I said, they really have a real handle on being able to get the applications out and talking to the families and, getting them returned. And so we're working with the other sites.
I think that's a real important part of our equity push.
Yeah.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned something, a card, like there was like an acronym maybe, but a card that people might qualify for, and then and then after that was internet. What was that card?
A PBET.
Yeah.
PBET, yeah. And it's cash, like a cash card that a lot of families can qualify for, kind of in the form of not like food stamps, but in when you're a certain income level, you qualify for those cards, and they're like cash cards that can be used at grocery stores.
Like CalFresh, is it?
Kind of
Yeah.
along those lines.
Okay.
Can be used at, the nice thing about the PBET card is it can be used at gas stations.
Oh.
So for gas, food, it can be used. A lot of retailers now are accepting the PBET cards. And so it does open up a broader window of offerings.
So if a family fills out the application and the district staff realizes like, oh, you're at a level where you qualify for that, then they get outreach saying, did you know you qualify for this?
Mhm.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's called EBIT.
P,
Oh,
PBET or
Thank you.
P/BET. Yeah.
Thank you.
Michelle, I don't mean, so on the previous slide, I noticed that for the UPP plus the ELOP TK through 8, you said that was $750,000
District-wide for the ELOT program.
district-wide.
Yeah.
Okay, and I mean, that's a tremendous amount of money. I know our percentage of UPP students is pretty low. Are we able to fulfill all their obligations with that money? And do we have any left over? And if so, does that go towards other programs? Or are we required to spend 100% of that money on just that particular portion of it?
Yes, the ELOP program itself, the money that generates through the ELOP program. So if you look at it in the sense of SoCal is, I think I just was doing that, maybe 41-42% at free and reduced level as if, or unduplicated count. You should say it was more accurate to put it, where district wide we were around 30, I think 31-32%, something. Yeah. So they're a higher number obviously than the rest of our sites. And so that number drives that program's allocation amount. And so it's the $2,052 per student.
Got it. We get that money because of them. So it 100% gets spent.
And yeah, and so it all goes to ELOP. The one good thing, like I said, that they don't typically do in a lot of these programs that are generated through a UPP or an unduplicated count is if you offer to everyone, including all the ones that generate, any student that generates the funding, you can then offer it to all students in the district. And a lot of these programs don't do that. They say that, you can only spend it on the students who generate the funding, but by being able to offer it to all students, we can broaden our offerings to the students who are generating the funding. So,
okay.
But that is to say $750,000 is a lot of money for an after school program. It's almost too good to be true. Yeah.
It's not just after school, it's before school and after school and includes our summer programs. Yeah. So, and all of the costs that are associated with salaries, which is the majority.
Right. And does that cover all those costs?
Yes.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
Yes.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, for sure.
All right, okay, so a little bit more on the federal funding, 500 million, sorry, to create and expand access to school or community-based preschools. 1.2 billion for English language acquisition programs and early literacy care, and then student mental health services. The 578 million for student mental health services support was really exciting because this is coming from a federal level. We have state programs that are out there that the governor is putting towards mental health, but this is the first big push I've seen from the federal level on a possibility of offering or receiving funding from a federal level specifically for mental health services, which could help to continue or support our counseling program.
Is that based on enrollment?
There's nothing really on that yet. It's just basically they've put out that there's 578 million proposed to support the program, but not in how that would look. So
Is that from a bill that gets passed through the House?
it's for the federal budget. It's coming so through federal funding. So it's all tied to the writers. Once they pass the federal budget at the federal level, right? Everybody weighs in on their projects and, you know, each state. And so where they end up with who gets what, we won't know until everything's all said and done. So it could be eliminated, it could be expanded, it could be chopped up in a bunch of different pieces and look something different than what is being proposed.
It's the headline amount.
Yeah, it really is.
That's what I'm, by the time everything gets done, it's gonna be gone.
Well,
Could
They'll
be.
put in a bridge in Alaska.
It was just very, I put it in there mainly, like I said, they do, because it was such a
Yeah.
something from
Oh,
the
yeah.
feds that hopefully will come to pass in some form or another. So all of the, and also to be clear, all of this funding other than ELOC, because that's a guarantee, the federal funding is not worked into the proposed budget because that budget isn't approved yet either. So we don't know what that would look like until we receive the money, and then we update our budget when that happens.
When is that?
Well, typically September, but not sometimes usually until December will we know for sure.
Right.
January sometimes before we even get an allocation amount. So for
Their-
the federal monies.
Their year ends September 30th, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because it's for federal monies, it's a 1-year program, but really it's 15 months. Because they go July 1st through June 30th, but when you do your tie out, it's July 1st through September 30th for spending. So you have a 12-month program that you report out every 15 months. So their calendar is a little bit strange. So that's why then they won't know. Some of the funding is also based on once we do all of our final reporting on monies that they'll pull back that, organizations haven't spent, and then that gets reallocated and then you don't know. So after the first of the year.
And is the early learning TK?
They
related?
haven't really said, it's just an expansion of early learning and care. It could be preschools, daycare centers, it could be TK, it could be in some form or another. All right. Let's see. So in beginning in 25-26, these are just a couple of things that are up for legislation and part of the bill. There'd be $1 million in one-time general fund to support a list of screening instruments for reading difficulties. Some of these things, including dyslexia and other areas. Not gonna lie, Carissa left, but this is not my forte to really explain how this money would be implemented or how it would be passed out. It's just something that's being supported by the governor. And so you'll see money being.
We already have the instrument through iReady.
So there you go.
So the money's for the screening instruments. Where's the money coming to actually do the screening?
Well, so just to be clear, this is $1 million to form a committee to tell us what we can spend the money on when and if we receive it.
I'd like to be on that committee.
Yeah.
But still,
Me too.
Yeah.
but this is gonna be for 1 year or ever?
My understanding that beginning in 25-26, these screenings will be mandated yearly.
Right, and so there won't be any money to pay for that.
Well, we actually, iReady, which is our assessment system, has an embedded dyslexia screener, and we knew that when we purchased it, so it's not an additional cost to us.
Oh,
Something
yeah,
embedded in something that we already have.
but somebody has to,
It's actually quite easy. It's a flag that's associated on the report that the teacher can see.
right,
It is
Software.
considered an unfunded mandate, though. I mean, in the true
Oh.
sense of the word, yeah, that
I
it
was
will be
looking for
something
those.
yeah, mandated that we don't specifically receive funding for.
Right.
And then 3.5 million annually to purchase opioid. I can't say that word right now 'cause it's
Antagonists.
for public schools. And so this is, again, something that's in the proposed budget in a particular form. There has been discussions about what that would look like in the end, but in some form or another, there'll be money set aside for this type of program.
What is an opioid antagonist? Is that the thing that you,
No,
if somebody is overdosing on fentanyl and you give them a shot?
It's not a shot.
It's a nose spray.
Yeah.
No spray,
Nasal
right?
spray.
The Narcan.
Narcan.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Do we, by the way, this is off topic, but we have that at the school somewhere, we have that
Yes,
in case anything, okay.
we do. Yep, I'm excited.
I think that this funding, the $350 million funding is right now, the districts or agencies, I don't think it's specifically districts, but agencies can receive Narcan training and then medication dosages to have on site, and it's at no cost. And I think this is like to replace that no cost item, you know, because there is a cost associated with it. And I think the state is recognizing that, and that would be why they're proposing this.
So is there a state and county program for that too?
I would imagine, yeah. Like, because that would be access. I don't think this is specifically just for education. This is for like state agencies. All right, let's see, 191 million ongoing Proposition 98 funds for 23-24 to fully fund universal school meals. This was due to the fact that I think they underestimated the amount of students that were going to eat for free. And so once, you know, yes.
You could underestimate that
Yeah.
number.
Yeah, I think that the state genuinely believed when they implemented universal school, the universal feeding, and reading up on this, every student who was free and reduced would then eat for free, and every student who was bringing their lunch and paying would not.
Yeah.
And so I think they came to find out that that is not true, because, you know, especially when you hire someone amazing like we did, who offers all this yummy food, you have a lot of kids who want to eat it. And so the state had this is basically a shore up of the amount of money that they've had to pay out, and then anticipating that growth throughout the years. This is also another one, the money's there till it's not. And so universal feeding is part of what we're doing now, and it's been part of what our governor has proposed, but not to say it wouldn't be removed if a future governor comes in.
Very helpful in a recession, you know, for
Mhm.
families.
Yeah, I mean, in my 30 years in working in education and in the business system, I've never been around a for making money profit food service department. And so for our food service department to actually be able to pay all of their own bills without support from the general fund is amazing. And so I'm thankful for this program, because not only are we, you know, exponentially cooking for children that we never were able to before, we're also able to buy new equipment, new forms of being able to cook, supporting all of our students and being able to afford it. And so I just think it's great. I think the program's great. Hope they keep it. 597 million to the general fund to implement the second year of universal TK. We did receive about 130,000 in the current year, 22-23, for the implementation of transitional kindergarten. And that was to help support in our district. We used we used the funds to hire the TK aides in each of the classrooms, because that's an expense that wasn't currently, we didn't have in our budget, and it would have had an impact on our budget. This way we were able to offset those costs by using the funding, and they're proposing the funding for next year. Again, another one of those ones, I don't know if this funding will be ongoing. It is for next year, and we'll continue to receive that support, and then we may have to rethink like our budget in the future years if those fundings stop. It could also be used for teacher retention programs, helping teachers get their ECE units or their equivalency for teaching TK programs, hiring additional staff to meet the new requirements of the 20-to-1, and or some of the money could be used for facility upgrades for classrooms that weren't equipped at the time. Let's see, no additional funding for transportation services. And I am happy to report that a minimum wage is going up, which is great, but this is a year where our district is above minimum wage, and we don't have to do something to our salary schedule to make sure we stay ahead of the curve, and we are ahead of the curve and can meet our obligations for minimum wage. So that was pretty exciting. All right, let's see, what's not included, I talk about this all the time, PERS and STIRS continuing increases. STIRS actually stayed stable at 19.1%. PERS is exponentially going up. We're looking at going to be at about 30% for PERS contributions by the time this is all said and done in probably 25, 26.
Did you say
And-
30? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 30% just for retirement contributions. So it is a huge chunk of our general fund to pay for retirement services. Like I said, about 19.1% for certificated, and we're about 25% right now for classified. So it is something that I continuously increase our budget by to try to compensate for the out years.
And yeah, and don't forget that first slide where the stock market took a dive, so add another year on.
And this is, I mean, like I said, in the past, we have had relief contribution from the state adopted budget to bring down that percentage. But in the years, they've decided to divert money to other areas. There are districts throughout the state that took the discretionary art, music, and block grant money and used it to pay down their PERS and STIRS obligations. And so it is those funds, it was an eligible expense, and it was one way to spend the money. But as you can see, when you're increasing your budget $150,000 to $200,000 a year just for pension costs, it adds up really quickly. So, and then again, there's no relief for the unduplicated numbers, as we had talked about, that does have impact on a lot of our programs because they're based on our unduplicated count. Deferrals, and the governor is not talking about doing any deferrals. Usually the deferrals, if they're proposed, would be instead of getting our June cash allocation in June, they defer it to July 1st. So really there's no necessarily cash impact on our district when they do that. It's just an accounting entry for the state in order to bring down their obligations. But right now the governor is not proposing that. Based on all the other proposals that have been put forward, deferrals wouldn't be necessary. But if in legislation those are not passed, one of the areas they have to come back and look at is if they're going to do deferrals for districts. And one of the other big things is the reserve. We have the rainy day fund, and it is a very healthy rainy day fund for the state. The governor currently is not at all looking at taking money from the rainy day fund, because in order to do that, there are a couple of triggers that have to happen. And one of the triggers is he has to declare basically a state of emergency on the budget. And I think that's one area the governor does not want to look at doing right now. And so we just defer it until October and see how our taxes come in right now. It's kind of like what everybody's looking at the window at. So there is a possibility it could trigger the rainy day fund, and there's a possibility deferrals could be triggered down the road.
So next year there'll be another bullet called clawbacks.
More clawbacks.
Yeah.
Don't you like that?
Well, yeah, I mean.
Good word for it.
Yeah, it's a very
It's not
appropriate
good
word.
for
Yeah,
kids.
yeah. It's not a take back, it's a
Right,
clawback
yeah.
because we're not giving it back. All right, and then just the final thoughts on the budget. We are able to make our financial obligations, as you saw in our 100-page SACS report. We are fiscally solvent for the 23-24 year and 2 years out. We are able to meet our state mandated reserves, and our district is continuing to monitor our declining enrollment. And that's part of when I create our revenue cycle in the LCFF calculator, I took into account continuing declining enrollment for our district, but also looking out leveling our ADA factor. Because right now, our funding is based on ADA. We're averaging around 90 to 91%, when in years pre-pandemic, we averaged 96 to 97%. So it's millions of dollars of lost money. And so if we can start bringing those numbers back up, even with declining enrollment, that will help offset our costs in the future years. But really, it's a crystal ball. This is a slide, I hate to add it in there, but I did. This came directly from school services. This is no lie. In the next 10 years, Santa Cruz County has made the list of the 4th county in the state to have the largest declining enrollment at 18%.
Wow.
And so you can just see where you're looking at the districts ahead of us: Ventura, Los Angeles, Imperial County. You're looking at districts that have a significantly large, the next slide kind of will give you a better idea. Ventura County has 126,000, 1.3 million for LA. Imperial County is close to us at 36,000, and we're at 38,000. So you're looking at some of the top enrolled counties in our state, and we are 4th in that list. So that is
LA's
a
the
Go
large-
back to the previous slide real quick.
Mhm.
So LA's the largest in the country, isn't it? And
So this is just to keep everybody on the forefront that declining enrollment is very real, and it is very real in our county. And it is something that all the districts in the county talk about, you know, I mean, it's our generator, it's our revenue generator for one thing. And there's a lot of mitigating factors as to why they think this trajectory will continue to grow. You know, cost of living in our county, people, aging communities, people leaving home prices. We're a coastal community that does a lot of retirements, you know, instead of, you know, new families. So a lot of those factors play into why Santa Cruz County still will fall 4th. So not to be a Debbie Downer, but it is something that we all need to keep and remember.
According to
And
USA Today, we're the second most expensive place to live in the entire country.
yeah, no, that doesn't help either when they put that out there. And then just some final thoughts. We continue to monitor our expenses and make our adjustments as needed for year-end closing. We look at our multi-year projections according to the governor's final budget that'll be approved in July, hopefully, and updated school services, and then we'll have our final board presentation. I do not foresee any changes between this presentation and the presentation that I'll be bringing on June 28th. Because I don't see any significant changes. There will be,
So we'll see.
I know, right? We will, I will be probably bringing in August a 45-day revise of the budget if the state has adopted and or the federal government has come out with any mitigating factors that the board would need to know by code. I am required to report that to the board within 45 days. And so I think, oh, and then my quote, and just mainly because I really liked the duck. Life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. And so if we all remember that life, we could be less complicated.
hopefully, right?
I really appreciated that when I was reading. Maybe I tend to read my docket at like
Top.
6 a.m. on a weekend.
Okay.
You know, and I was after I looked, I made the mistake of looking at the SACS report first.
For us, really
like,
fun.
and I'm like, oh, good, the PowerPoint, there's color. Okay, I can follow these bullets. And then when I got to the doc, and I was like, okay, I'll try to think about it being simple. It feels complicated, but okay, Michelle.
It's simple, I promise.
What happened to the rest of the cash?
It's gone now. Like I don't know all the beginning and now you just skip this last one. On a string.
You clawed it back.
Yes. And just, you know, thank you, board, for allowing me to do my job. Thank you, Scott, for hiring me to do my job. I love my job. I love what I do. I love budgets. I know it sounds weird for someone to be that, you know, like enthusiastic about a budgeting job, but I really do. And I appreciate working in education. And this is a year I don't have to come to you with a heavy heart quite yet. Just some optimistic and just some thought for your future budget.
Well, I thank you for you.
Yeah. Oh.
Nerds rule.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Do you mind walking us through the
Yep.
yellow line?
So yes. So the first slide that you're looking at, if you're on page 303 of the docket,
Sorry.
is the general fund. This is the unrestricted ending fund balance, which is really what we are most concerned with because restricted is in and of itself restricted. So what this is, what we are saying is based on everything that we have talked about this evening, all the mitigating factors and taking into account some changes that we've seen. I can just point out a few highlights on the one from page 303 that in 22-23, you can see that more significantly, you can see it in certificated salary that we had a 7.8 million in certificated salary for next year. That's dropping down to just about 7.1 million. A large contributing factor of that is in the current year, we did do the one-time bonuses. And so those are automatically removed for the next year, obviously, because we are continuing one-time bonuses and the reduction of FTE through natural attrition. With our school sites and declining enrollment, we had reductions at multiple sites. So in the out years, you will see it tick up slightly, and that is a natural 1% that's built into the budget in all salary categories, and that is for step and column movement for current existing staff. That's not to talk, that's not for a raise, that's not anything in that nature. It's just through natural progression on the salary schedule. And then you'll see your significant jumps in the health and welfare department, and that's a lot what I talked about based on pension reform and the contributing factors there. And then we just look at your 4,000s, your supplies and your operating services. They kind of stay pretty stable throughout the years. We have a few adjustments. If it's a year that we have a board election, then that might cost the district additional funding or something of a nature of a one-time amount. You'll see that in those areas, but otherwise they stay pretty stable. You can see that in 23-24, we are not deficit spending, just barely. And then in 24-25 and 25-26, we are deficit spending. That is a prescribed deficit spending. We knew that was going to happen. And so that's not anything out of the ordinary based on what we're looking at for our continuing enrollment decrease. And then also in the out years, we start to lose our good years of our enrollment for the 3-year rolling average. So you can see how that does fluctuate. And then, through natural contributions to both special education and routine restricted maintenance, you'll see that's where that big negative number comes in through some of those programs. So what it's saying is at the end of the 3rd year, which is what we're obligated to report out to the board and to the public, that we can make our financial obligations, we have our 3% reserve, and we have in excess 1.6 million. Now that 1.6 million is well above our natural reserve level that as a district we are required to have, but also we haven't completed negotiations for the 23-24 school year. So that ending fund balance is part of the contributing factor. We also set aside 200,000 each year, as you'll see in the line right above the yellow, and that is for adoptions in the out years. Textbook adoptions, that we keep that in there, and just so that we make sure we have money in that area, because Jessica really does like her adoptions. So
Yeah, we're not adopting puppies.
I know. And so then the second one is just, like I said, we look at the restricted program. I'm not gonna lie, I missed that $172. Don't know why. Oh, yes, I do know why that's there. I spent 6 hours trying to find $172 that I couldn't find, but I will find it by the time we close the books. And so that's just slightly off, but you'll see that in restricted, we don't ever have it an unrestricted ending fund balance, because any fund balance that we keep in restricted is tied to a program, which then just leads us straight into our restricted and unrestricted ending fund balance, which is the same. And you can see in the current year, our enrollment is based on 1654, which is what our enrollment is. And then I have us dropping down by 20 next year, and then 10 and 10 each year out for enrollment purposes. And that is our multi-year projection.
Thank you. I hope I didn't jump the gun and
No.
asking you to
I
present that. No,
But the yellow line is always the big important line.
exactly. I get really excited about the yellow line. But I appreciate your explanation. Because I think like the SACS report is like, it's important information, and I've learned like, okay, you're looking for a no, or in some places you're looking at which one sticks out, right?
Yeah.
and there's the explanation. Okay, but you have a real way with explaining it to a level that I'm able to understand, so I appreciate it.
And also to just add, under the restricted on 304, you do see that we do take another dip in our in the out years of some of our certificated salary, and that is particularly based on the fact that we lose our ESSER funding as the years go out, and those temporary positions start to go away.
From the board.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
I almost feel like I understand.
It's taken me like 9 years to feel like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I do wish they did revamp the SACS program, and they took it out of the 1980s and put it into a web-based program. It still doesn't look any different, and it still isn't any more user-friendly,
Yeah.
but it is web-based, so.
Yeah, hopefully it somehow makes it easier for staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny though, when we were coming to the end of both LCAP and Jessica writing and the budget, the SACS, the SACS program in and of itself is really tricky, because they're dependent. It's a dependency model is what it's called. So each page that you see is basically a different chunk. So there's probably 20 to 30 different categories. You have to literally go in there and put the information in and save and close it. And you have to save and close them in a very specific order, or the program itself will not let you continue to do what you need to do. So you can hear me, like, it was like 3:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday, and my poor Pam, I'm like, this is the one, attempt number 45. I have it saved and closed in the right order. I feel it in my bones. And she's like leaning back, staring at me. And then I'm like, no, hold on. It's the funniest system. I don't know, but once you get the right order and you save and close, you're golden.
Well, unless there are any other questions or comments.
Go wherever.
Well, see, here's what I made the mistake of. I went through like the other 300 pages of the document and started making notes on like the stuff nobody's covering in here. And I'm realizing now that that's not really what this is about. So
On the SACS document?
no, it wasn't about the SACS document. It's just about all the other information about our goals and our plans and
We haven't talked about that yet.
yeah, okay, good. Okay, then no.
Oh,
questions.
yeah.
It's like, Robert, I see your list of questions.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
Coming up next.
Yeah,
Jessica has the hopes and dreams and goals. I'm just more black and white.
gotcha. Well, I mean, I like the report. I mean, it sounds
Yeah.
like, it's positive. We're certainly, losing $200,000 or something like that, next year versus what we had this year. I understand we're at 28 million because of all the COVID monies that came in. Drop that down to what, 23 or something like that, 22 next year. What do you, I noticed we take another bump up in the 25-26 year. And I know it's only like $200,000 is, maybe I didn't get into the nitty gritty in the gray area, but why the, losing $200,000 next year and then gaining it back the year after that.
The proposed COLA for the out years, each year it has its own, like for 23-24, we have the 8.22%, or the 8.22% is a predicted COLA. And then we have another COLA for 24-25 and then 25-26.
Okay,
So our COLA for 24-25 right now is lower than what the proposed COLA is going to be for 25-26, I believe by 1%. So not, and then in the 25-26 school year.
so that's gonna be like a 9.22%.
No, it's, I think it's, I don't have it in front of me. I apologize. I believe it's 3.4% for 24-25, and then it goes up to like 4.2% in 25-26. So the COLA is what factors that changes the factor. So the 8.22% brings our enrollment is at 16, our ADA, right? Is it, I don't know, we'll just say 1,500 kids, right? Our ADA is at 1,500 based on X. And next year, our ADA is 1,450 based on X. So we lose 50 kids, but we gain 8.22%. So you hope to meet in the middle, right? So you continue to try to close that gap. And so in the out years, I keep bringing our ADA up, so our percentage goes higher, even though I'm predicting that our enrollment is going down. And our factor changes from year over year for our percentage. So it's a crystal ball.
Well, yeah, but I mean, especially after the last slide you just showed with enrollment being so far down, on a 10-year projection. That's scary.
It is. It's definitely something that we all talk about and we look at and make sure we're doing everything we can. I mean, as is every district in the county,
Sure.
we all are, looking for our enrollment.
Do we collaborate with other areas and try to see what they're doing or something like that? I mean, I drove up recently to one of my kids' tournaments somewhere in Reno or something like that, and along the way I saw a billboard, and it was advertised. It was Santa Clara. It was like advertising the Santa Clara School District. It was a billboard on the freeway. It was like, come see our amazing school district. Come to Santa Clara schools. And it was a big, huge one of those digital things. They probably cost $100,000 a month to put up or something. But
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
and I was looking at it, and I was looking, I'm driving, looking for my camera, trying to, and, but I was, do we, collaborate with other districts close by or something like that in a way to figure out what might be working for somebody else? Or, and I know this is another conversation, but, I mean, that's scary.
So the SPI was Thurman, is it? He did a webinar and I can't find it. I missed a webinar, but he did a webinar on what school districts should be doing to try to bolster their enrollment. But I will tell you, it's kids, people aren't having kids. I sent some stuff to Scott and they just aren't. And
And the ones that do, don't move to an area where you have to pay $1.2 million to buy a home.
there's not enough of them to, wherever they're at, there's still not enough.
No.
Phil, I can get you the link. I watched that. It's actually quite good, and we are doing some of the things that were
Okay.
suggested.
So do you think that they have it out for anybody to look at?
Mhm.
Oh, so if you
Yeah.
could send a link to me.
So you like a YouTube video or something?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
webinar, yeah,
and
webinar
we
thing,
can
yeah.
just
Yeah.
send it out maybe on the
That'd be great.
Friday update.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to see that.
But
too.
then everybody's doing the same things, right?
So it's working, yeah.
And one of the things that we're trying to do is offer unique programs.
Yeah.
That aren't offered in other districts.
We should make it so any new incoming principals have to send their kids to our school district instead of Monte Vista Christian.
Yeah.
I gave you all the years I could give.
I know.
So question time? Okay, so on page 234, but you're page 33, the circle 33. So with this budget, we're approving a 1% salary increase.
It's not a 1% salary increase. It's a it's
It comes out to 1%.
it comes out to 1%.
Yeah.
So when you do twofold within criterion standards, they require that you put what the equivalent of a 1% increase would be if you haven't settled
No, that's
negotiations.
a step in column.
Step and column. So it
Yeah.
kind of goes hand in hand, right? Like,
Yeah.
so you're required in a criterion standards to acknowledge what a 1% would be. But typically most districts embed a 1% within their budget because that is, if you look at the average step and column, what it district-wide would average out to.
Okay, so that, but 1% is included.
Yes.
And then can you talk about what is it, 400 plus K for OPEB?
For OPEB,
Yeah,
OPEB is our,
and what
so
that means.
it isn't an actual amount that is currently within the budget. So our OPEB obligation is what the district is obligated to pay in post retirement benefits. And so it is required that we do an actuarial study every other year, and we look at what those ongoing costs would be to the district. In our district, 15 years ago, they stopped offering post-retirement benefits. And so we are at the tail end of what current employees and employees who have retired have an impact on future years within the district's
Yeah.
budget.
Really?
So,
It's
yes, and so
Other
part of
disability benefits.
yeah, post-employment, yeah, OPEB. And some districts, large districts that don't have a cap on post-retirement benefits and still continue to offer post-retirement benefits within their packages will open what is basically what they call an OPEB account. And so the district is front loading money into an account for future years based on the actuarial study that in 20 years from now, these 20 people are going to cost you X amount at the current rate of all of that good stuff. So we do the actuarial study in our district. Like I said, that money is going down. But what does affect our OPEB study is that we allow former employees who are post-retirement and had district benefits at retirement and then paid for them to continue to stay on our benefits and fully pay for them out of pocket. So there's no expense to the district, but it does have a contributing factor to our OPEB study because they are on
Right.
our benefits, but we delineate the two groups within the OPEB study or the actuarial study. It's a GASB 74, I believe. It's all the GASBs. And so there's no direct correlation necessarily, except for every year, I work with HR to get a list of the upcoming people who are still on the list, basically, those who have dropped off the list, and then calculate what those costs would be for the current year, and then look at how many people we will continue to lose in the out years as they reach their 5-year limit. Because post-retirement currently is 5 years or 65. So if you retire at 60, you get the full 5 years, and then for every year you retire after that, you get less than. But at 65, once Medicare kicks in, then the district is done.
I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah. It's all. Yeah,
And
it's-
as if I recall, retirees are also voting members,
Of
the union.
no,
Oh, okay.
no, they are not. Once you've retired, you are no longer part of the union and not a voting member. So hence why You will see it in districts, if your negotiating team is made up of a large contingency of unit members who are about to retire. You'll see changes within the
Yeah.
benefits package. So.
More
But-
let's extend it.
Yeah, so, but in our district, like I said, that was negotiated out probably 15 years ago. So for us, I mean, it isn't a benefit to our members who don't get post-retirement benefits, but it is a savings to the district to not have to continue to factor in those fundings for the out years. And so we run right now, I think it's about over 100,000 a year in the budget currently that we pay that goes towards post-retirement benefits.
That's it for me.
You were trying to
Good
stump me,
question,
weren't you?
Phil. I'm surprised you know what an OPEB is.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, so just history, the district used to have a fund, an investment fund, and we had 30K in that, and we were feeling pretty good, because instead of coming out of the budget, we would just pull it out of that 30K. Which was what, one day now?
All right, any other questions for Michelle? All right. Thank you again for the great presentation. Very clear, great questions from the team. I will check and see if we have any questions from the public. Again, no one here in person. I don't know. A nice June evening, but maybe someone sent in an email.
They'll be here next week.
No, we're good. Nobody on email.
Nobody on email. Okay. Thank you. Do we need?
We need a break.
Yeah, let's take a little break. All right. We're gonna do, do we want 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. We'll do a little 5-minute recess. We're ready, whatever. Oh, right, here we are. We're live. We're back on. Out of recess, and we're gonna move on to 9B, our presentation regarding the LCAP.
Thank you, and Jordan's chewing it up for us right now. And so thank you, board, for being here to listen to the presentation of the LCAP tonight. You will hear it tonight, but also to get a chance to see it again later in the month when we will be voting on it. So tonight's presentation really is, it's a difficult presentation to get. I will not, I won't sugarcoat it. It's 112 pages that are supposed to be palatable to the typical person in the community, which it is not. And so trying to refine it and distill it in a way that is understandable to our community is just nearly impossible. So the presentation tonight will go into a few highlights, just some things you might want to know, and then we'll talk a little bit about the LCAP and its layout and those kinds of things that go into it. So first, there's just some presentation objectives. The objective is not for you to have full understanding of the LCAPs, 112 pages by the time we're done tonight. Really, it's just to talk about what the general processes are, some of the identified student groups that we're serving under the LCAP, some budget alignment, district goals and overview. And I'm probably doing this on the screen so I can see it better. What the engagement of education partners looks like, progress towards goals, academic data, and just a very small slice of academic data. And then just give a brief analysis and shifts that will need to be made. And it's just, going to be on one simple slide at the end, but I'll talk about it in more detail than what's actually just on that slide at the end. So this is the general LCAP processes, and it's just important for the board to know, and especially the new members to know, that really it is a comprehensive strategic plan for the district. It exists for 3 years. It's on its 3rd year of a 3-year plan this year. And so what's very typical in the 3rd year of a strategic plan is, have we set the course correctly? And what changes do we need to make before we enter into that 3rd year with the same goals maintained? In every year of the LCAP, you have to have meaningful stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is a term that is still used on the CDE documentation, but we don't use that in our district. As you know, we use educational partner. But what that means is, do members of our community, meaning our staff, our students, our families, our, pretty much our partners in the community, do they have knowledge of the plan? And are we serving students, kind of getting everyone's input who we need to have? And then we have the last piece, which is accountability and compliance. And basically, that's what that says is, if you are looking at all of your unduplicated students and you are serving them well, and the money that we've set aside for them is carefully set aside to serve them, your LCAP will show that. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. So this nice little graph is the beginning of the LCAP, and it is called the LBOP. It is the budget overview for parents, and really it's intended to be a graphic representation of the slice of money that we're talking about when we're talking about the LCAP. And so if you take a kind of a look at that pie, we're not looking at our entire general fund. We're not looking at all of that. What we're looking at is the slice that are associated with supplemental of concentration grants. And when you take a look at the LCAP, you'll notice that it'll say this amount of money is being allocated towards this action item, and it is under this budget code or this funding source. This is another way to look at it. And it's just really interesting. I think people have a really a pretty strong misunderstanding about what the LCAP is. I think they think it's how we spend all of our money, and it's really not meant to talk about how we spend all of our money. Michelle does that really well when she presents the budget.
But really this is just for a very few. This representation just says, this is the amount of improved services for high need students that we have allocated. And guess what? That's how much we spend, because we have to, and we do. And we do a really good job about spending that money, don't we?
Yes.
So this slide represents just a graphic representation of who we're actually talking about when we're talking about LCAP. We are talking specifically about socioeconomically disadvantaged students. We're talking about English learners. We're talking about homeless and foster youth, and we're talking about special education students and how to serve their interests.
It's fascinating.
And those
There are only
percentages
2
are-
homeless students. That's
That is, that's
self-identified, right?
it's a misrepresented number. This actually comes from the California State Dashboard. So we don't, we can come up with a closer number that's closer to the number that we have today. But the percentages are pretty accurate. They don't change very much. And so I would say foster youth, yes, underrepresented number, homeless youth, underrepresented number. All of these really are basically self-report numbers, except for English learners. English learners have to be identified through a certain process in California schools.
Are these duplicated on this chart?
They are,
Okay.
they are.
Are these UPP?
They're unduplicated students if they're in each category by themselves, but some of these percentages are duplicative. So like I could be an English learner and I could be low SES at the same time.
Yeah, I was referring to the.
So
It isn't.
no, so this is,
Right.
this is a duplicated number of students. But when we receive our funding, it's based on the unduplicated. So you only get to count a student once. They may fall in all 4 categories, but then when they come to our funding mechanism, they become unduplicated and they only count for 1.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for the clarifying question. So the engagement of educational partners. The state of California today more than ever has said this is the most important part of this process. And this part of the process in past years, I mean, if anybody remembers LCAPs of old, they were crafted by a few people based on, some really good sense probably, but not with full educational partner engagement. In our district, I think we have a really, really great system of engaging multiple groups. We have family caregiver surveys that go out. We have we host nights where we invite them to come in. Our sites host coffees. We have our LCAP listening tours. We have our parent advisory groups. We have our student surveys that we administer. And so there's lots of ways in which we collect information, and none of which is more important than the other, but they all have to come together and make sense, because a plan is not only a plan for one, it's a plan for many. And sometimes there's competing interests.
So does our annual community meeting count?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, other things that are less formalized count. As an example, we could meet with the principals during an ADCO meeting or principals meeting, and we can talk about data. We could be doing some root cause analysis study during that time, and what we come up with in those findings sometimes are bits of information that we contribute to this process. Okay. So engagement of our educational partners, and I know this is really difficult to read, so but it is some useful information. Really, it asks families to tell us a few things. Well, first, who do you represent? If you're a parent of an English learner, can you let us know that? If you are a parent of a student who has an IEP, let us know that. And if you don't want to tell us, don't tell us. But what we do want to know is, do you believe that your child's getting high quality instruction? Do they have the materials that they need? Do you think that your child is encouraged to think deeply? All of these kinds of things we want to know. And one of the things that we found in the survey this year is that there's some areas for growth. So some areas for growth is high quality instruction. Last year, 91.8% of our families felt that their students had high quality instruction. This year, 82.3 said we feel that they had high quality instruction. And so what we have to do in the process of collecting that information is to say, why did that happen? Why did they say that? What does high quality instruction look like to an adult person who's not in the classroom? Right? What does it sound like? Is it what the students are bringing home? Is it how they're talking about their day? Is it the interaction they're having with the teacher? All those kinds of things we kind of drill down on.
It's not hybrid.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of different things. And then, we take a look at all of these and we talk about, access to standards-based materials. We know that we have standards-based materials for every single student at school. And what is it that our families don't see when their kids come home?
So are you, maybe I'm reading this, like, for example, high quality instruction, 91.8% from 82.3% last year, so.
Oh,
we're-
yeah, okay, I'm so, so sorry. So we did go up in some of these areas and we did go down in some of these areas.
So I mean, that was a positive.
It is a
Yeah.
positive, but we still look at it. We still
Totally,
we
totally,
still want
right,
it to be,
okay.
we still want it to be 100%. And so why do our families not think that, why is it not 100%?
Right.
What are they not seeing?
Gotcha.
An area that we really, want to take a look at is have opportunities to share my thoughts and opinions. It's 97% from 98%. And that's really high. Like, that is a number that I don't think I've seen in any other district. And that makes me feel like, what are we doing? How are we leveraging the thoughts and opinions that our families are giving us into good quality instruction or materials for those kinds of things? So our families are telling us good information. They feel welcome and respected when they come in to our schools. The child's talents and strengths are known and developed. These are all really great pieces of information, but again, we want them all at 100%.
Where do you want to be guys? Close the door.
It's okay with me.
So this is one of the questions that we asked of our educational partners, and this was specifically staff, classified and certificated staff. We want to know, in order for all students to receive equitable, inclusive, culturally responsive, and rigorous, high quality classroom instruction with a standards-based curriculum that promotes life, college, and career readiness, what improved actions or services do you feel need to be made? And so if you take a look at this list, our educational partners certainly have a voice that they want to share with us. And they're not necessarily in order on every slide, but what you can see is some of the high numbers are multi-tiered systems of support, which is differentiated instruction with differentiated coordinated services. Which could include counseling, it could include lots of other things. And then another high leverage item for them specifically was supplemental reading foundations curriculum. And so what we tried to do was we tried to take a look at the information that we're getting from this, and then you might see it reflected in the LCAP as well. This has to do, oh yeah.
Yeah, the going back, so I'm surprised the math foundation number is low.
Well,
And
the
the
math-
reading one is high.
Yeah, so that's a really great question. So the math foundations question is actually bigger than what this number depicts, and I'll give it to you in as small of a piece as I can. There's been a big controversy over the math framework. The math framework has not been approved by the state of California for a number of years. It was supposed to be approved before the pandemic, and there became an increasing concern about the way that math instruction should look to all the educational partners. What happened when that happened was there was disagreement. When there became disagreement, there became lack of initiative to complete the framework and have it passed by the state board. And so there's a guarantee that we've been told, and I have a good article if anybody wants to read it, that says in 2023, this framework is going to be published. But until it's published, there's nobody who will write curriculum for it.
Right.
So our teachers know that, right? So they're not saying, well, give me the old math foundations stuff, when I know a new framework is gonna be written, and there's gonna be new standards around that, and there's gonna be new curriculum around that. And so it's like, why would I ask for that this year if I know that the foundations aren't done, or the framework is not done?
And nobody sued the state yet for that?
I would say the state has something to do with it, but it also has to do with lobbyists, it has to do with publishers, it has to do with parent groups, it has a lot to do with a lot of things. All people who believe that math should be taught differently.
So how do we do it? And is everybody on board? I mean, because, I mean, I've heard different things. I shared some of them with Scott earlier today, specifically in regards to math and some criticism I've received from parents and things like that. And, you know, do we have like a standard set of rules? I know we have like one math, like for example, New Brighton, we have one math person, kind of the head or the lead of the math department who is supposed to collaborate with all the other teachers and develop the math curriculum so everybody's on the same page moving into high school.
I would say partly that's so. So the math department chairperson doesn't develop curriculum. Curriculum is actually, it's state board adopted. We can't use anything that isn't state board adopted. And it's always based on the standards that are adopted at the time that they're in use.
But you just said but we don't have any of those.
We don't have any new. So
Right.
they're writing a new framework. They've been writing the new framework for a couple of years. But you can't use a new framework that hasn't been published yet. So we're using the one that was in existence before.
Okay.
And all of the old published materials that went with that. A teacher can't just write curriculum by themselves. I mean, we really have a process through the state of California that says, once you have a framework and you have the standards, then publishers write the material, and then we vet those, and then we make those available to counties, they vet those, and then so on. It's really a long process, but the pandemic really caused a really big rift in a couple of things. One is the services available to districts to provide support when not new published materials were available. So I'll give an example. Our social studies curriculum is quite old. The social studies framework has been written and then is supposed to be rewritten, and there's no new publishers that are approved by the state of California. So a school district, even if they want to look at materials, and we're looking at materials right now, are saying they don't meet the standard required of texts for even the state to adopt them. So it's really this kind of complicated set of events that's happening. So what we have to do is we have to say, what else can we do? So the what else can we do by law is we can create a system of supplemental materials. Supplemental materials are legally okay to use. They can't be used instead of our school board adopted materials, but they can be used in conjunction with them. So in our LCAP this year, you'll see iReady as a supplement to the middle school math curriculum, because we know that it's vetted and it's viable. There's some research behind it, but it's not a standalone curriculum because by law we can't do that, right? So there's just a lot of, we have some constraints that I think our general public doesn't really maybe know, and they shouldn't have to know. That's our job to know. But I hope that that helps a little bit of that.
Yeah, I think most of the criticism that I received was really about, I think one of the parents said, teaching to the lowest 10% instead of the highest 10%. And these were all people that I think their kids are doing very well. And they, you know, test here and they get an A in math or whatever, and then they go to SoCal and they're getting a C in math. And I heard from one parent specifically that said, the kids here, when they graduate from New Brighton and they go to a new high school, they went past the tests to get into an honors math class if they got an A here into SoCal. So they can't use any state tests or something like that, but they're having New Brighton math teachers test them into the math programs at SoCal.
I mean, I would say that's interesting. I would say the standards are the standards are the standards. So there's
I think it's an interesting question. I would also say that there's a reason that we give all students from first grade through eighth grade iReady diagnostic. And that's so we can see how well they're performing. If they're not performing at the level that they need to be, we know 3 times a year. And so when students are leaving our schools, whether it's 5th grade or 8th grade, the measurement tool is the same. We use the same iReady assessment tool as Santa Cruz City Schools. So students are leaving all of our schools in the county with the same measurement.
Does Soquel then use that same iReady assessment to test into like a Math 2 or something like that?
I don't know what their entry level assessment is, but what I would say is that iReady matches pretty closely to what we find in the Smarter Balance and CASP assessment system. So shouldn't be that far off.
Okay. No, it gives me some more, I mean, I'm asked these things and well, I'll bring it up. First of all, what I do is tell them to call Scott, and then I get, our kids are graduating, I'm done,
Well, and we do welcome conversations. I talk to parents.
Oh, I know,
often.
totally,
Scott talks to lots of parents. But our principals also are very knowledgeable about kind of where their schools are.
Just, so Math Foundation is the name of the future of that program, right?
No, math foundations are basically those foundational skills that are prerequisite knowledge in math. And so math foundations, just like reading foundations, are all of the basic skills that you have to be able to have like in your tool belt to be able to move to the next level of math. So that's not a curriculum.
Okay, so what the slide is saying is that the 33% of educational partners think that like these basic math things need to get worked on.
Yes. Yes.
But so doesn't that mean that, so then that must mean that that's kind of a deficit. So that's what we're looking at. We're now aware that there's some gaps in math.
Yeah, we're very
Yeah,
aware, but we're
okay.
not handling that gap with a curriculum adoption at this time.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, it's definitely, we do have our subcommittees. We have a literacy subcommittee, and actually our literacy subcommittee is also our math subcommittee. And we're talking about the exact same things, because while it's more relevantly exposed in data, the math, the same issue is in place. It's the foundational prerequisite knowledge to be at the next grade, to be able to function with fluency, right? And not to have to go back and remediate. So it's the basic principles the same.
Yeah.
What is a multi-tiered system of support?
So a multi-tiered system of support is really a term that's used for in the state of California to say behaviorally, academically, and social emotionally, we have a tier 1 system that says this is for all kids, this is what works, this is what supports you in those 3 component areas. If those things don't work, we have a system that's in place that says if this doesn't work for you, then we have this next tier of systems that we are going to apply.
So 50% of our parents said we don't have a good enough, or it could be multi-tiered system of support.
This is our staff.
Our staff,
And so
okay.
our staff are currently being trained on multi-tiered systems of support. We're building those MTSS plans for every single school across our district. That's what every school has a coach. Every school has an administrator that partners with the coach, and every school has a team of multi-tiered system of support creators.
If I can just give my 2 cents, do you remember Carissa's presentation, where she talked about how are the children? That was really, MTSS was the whole umbrella of that, making sure that we have. just
Thank
as it
you.
says,
Yeah,
many
yeah,
resources,
yeah.
right?
It's all, yeah.
Really,
Yeah, no, it clicks, yeah, yeah.
And I would just say, in my, interpretation of that, 48.2% of our staff are not saying like necessarily it's a deficit. I'm taking it like the way the implementation has gone, they're seeing the value in it and want us to continue to emphasize it. Would that be a fair
I think
interpretation?
that would be a fair interpretation, and it's also, it's not just an interpretation, because when Scott and I did our school visits, one of the things that was, I thought really inspiring for us is to hear all of our staff who are engaged in the MTSS training. And it is probably a larger scope of staff in our district than I've seen in our cohort, that's in our county area. And that's really because every school has an interest in having a system where parents and families and kids know that wherever their kid is, they're going to be caught and served. And I think there is a real strong kind of belief and value system in our district that says we're going to catch you and we're going to get you. And if you're past that, we're going to get you there too.
And language intervention?
Language intervention is really, when I am thinking about that, I'm thinking about a student whose first language isn't English. And they're going to have to figure out how to navigate curriculum or a classroom with having not enough language to be successful. And so what does that mean? Does it mean that I have a push-in support when I'm in the classroom? Can my teacher support that? And in many cases they can. Sometimes it means I need a textbook in my primary language to be able to see that, to bridge my knowledge. Or maybe I'm going to go out to see another person who can help me with just some language acquisition so I can go back into the classroom and feel more successful there. So it could be any of those things.
Do we have some sort of Spanish teaching help? Like, do we have classes like our teachers can get for free if they want to go learn Spanish or something like that? I'm assuming Spanish is the predominant what this is referring to.
I would say we have a number of staff that do speak Spanish. And I would say we have a number of staff who've actually talked about wanting to learn Spanish. I know Amanda and I were just talking about that ourselves. There are a lot of free applications to be able to do that. We do a lot of training on ELD strategies, which are English language development strategies. And we do a lot of work specifically through our dual language immersion kind of cohort, because dual language immersion is one of the highest leverage strategies for language acquisition. So yes.
No, that's great. Yeah, if I just want to make sure they don't have to pay for it. I mean, if this can improve, our students and our ADA and everything, from 37% is what our Hispanic population, right? I mean, if we can get more of those kids feeling comfortable in school with teachers being able to speak that language, and not having to pay for it by themselves.
Yeah.
If we can help them become better,
Yeah. Any more questions?
No, it's not a question. I think it's been a really consistent theme in the past year that we're really hearing from staff that multi-tiered systems of support and the SEL ruler tool integration, like these are very, very valued programs, and that they're continuing to see the connection and the hope that it has a great impact on the kids who are struggling. So that was my big takeaway from that slide. Like, okay,
Yeah. Well, and it really
keep
matches,
going and expand.
it really matches the research. What's a lot of the post-pandemic research is saying is that kids are coming to school with more than 50% of their knowledge base in their humanness, right? And so if you don't know what that is, it's really hard to get to the next level.
And so MTSS, big in the state, and over the years now, CSB has been big at the CSBA conferences and stuff, and I expect to be more of it.
Yeah.
And that's good, because with more people doing it, you're gonna get some better ideas, and just hopefully everybody's sharing.
Absolutely. And we actually have a really great partnership across the county. But our MTSS work, like Scott and I are both coaches, and we get to belong to a coaching network. And so it's not just people in our district or in our county, there's more people.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm on the right slide now. And this really just has to do, it's a very similar prompt, but basically it's just saying,
Next one.
Oh, yeah. The one with the hands on it. There we go.
Yeah,
There it is.
yeah.
You got it.
I'm like, I can't see that far away. But really this one is about closing achievement gaps.
Yeah.
And we do have persistent achievement gaps. We have achievement gaps across our country. We have achievement gaps across our nation.
And they exist in our state, county, and our district as well. And so what are the things that our staff believe are going to help close those gaps? The biggest one is grade level planning, and that doesn't mean I'm getting together with my 5th grade partners and we're going to talk about where our field trip is. What that means is we're going to be together. We're going to talk about the students that we have in our classes. We're going to talk about some shared resources that we have, some shared ideas about instructional pedagogy. And we may be moving our kids around kind of based in this multi-tiered system of support to say, like, you're really good at teaching this. And then we've got, 5 kids that are in this group that need this thing. And we're going to move you over there to do that. And then we're going to kind of think about this strategically. So really trying to ensure that we have grade level planning time so that we can get to those root cause analysis pieces of data around not just literacy and numeracy, but sometimes having to do with that SEL stuff as well. So maybe I know something about this child's family that's going to help me to be able to teach them in ways that they're going to accept, my partnership with them. And we're going to build some more understanding about that.
So if I'm a 4th grade teacher, I meet with the 4th grade teachers, but then I meet with the 3rd grade teachers because I have grade level 3 students in my class because they're not at grade level. And then do I meet with 5th grade teachers for the kids who are like the gate kids?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the part of the year that you're kind of talking. So at the beginning of the year, you're going to have a lot of that, vertical conversation, right? Like I've got kids that were in 3rd grade and they still have 3rd grade skills. Now they're in 4th grade. Hopefully by the end of the year, you've mitigated some of that, but there are times when you don't. And so you have to really think about grouping kids differently.
Right.
And Main Street is a good example of that. They do group their 4th and 5th grade students for specific reasons. And a lot of it is based on some of the data that they're looking at. Something that works for their school. And a lot of the schools are really trying to take a look at strategic planning around that. And the strategic planning around that, you see more evidence of in the SIPSA plans, because those are the single plans for student achievement for each individual school site.
Right.
So we don't say, to Main Street, you must do this, but we do say, you must look at your data and you must respond to it.
Okay.
How often do we do the PDs?
Well, we have 2 Fridays a month, and then we have 3 full days.
And every one of those 2 Fridays a month, is that 1 PD per day or 2, or is it just?
On the Fridays, it's an hour. And so one of those days is grade level collaboration time. Next year, it'll be grade level collaboration about a universal design for learning in MTSS, which would be planning. Because that's what they asked for, and that's something that is useful time. And then the other is about some of the things that they feel that they need in their tool belt to be, higher level instructionalists. Like, do I need more curriculum support? Do I need more support in these?
Who do we get to give them like a math PD or something like that? Who do we get to do that?
It depends. Our County Office of Education has been our strongest partner, and they have specialists in every content area. So they have EL specialists, they have a math specialist, they have science specialists. Kevin Drinkard is our math partner. And so he is the one who does our onboarding training with our new teachers. So he teaches them how to help build instructional strategies around getting kids to think math and speak math. And so, we're not limited to Kevin. He is a known resource. He's a free resource. He's a good resource that everyone knows. And he's also familiar with the curriculum that we share.
Okay. So he comes in and does a math PD once every 2 months, once a month, once every 2 months, or somebody in his, not hidden necessarily. But
It can be anybody from the County Office of Education. It can be from another county office of education. We have state partners as well. So we have our UDL and school inclusion partners who work for the state of California. So it can be any number of resources. The good thing is that most people want to work with SoCal, and they will work with us for free.
Okay.
So we're very fortunate. But just, lots of different other, high leverage items. Culturally responsive education and support is another large one. We have some wonderful partners from the county office.
best practices and resource sharing. That's a small percentage this year, but really it's, I think, a very high leverage practice. So when we start to meet on our Fridays for doing our UDL and MTSS planning through grade level collaboration, we'll actually have shared files where every one of the grade levels can share the things that they're planning so that their teammates don't have to replicate the work.
UDL.
Universal Design for Learning. So these were our student respondents. Last year we got more of them than we did this year because we actually went down to second grade. But our teachers kind of feedback was like, this is really hard for them and they just put in a lot of stuff. We'll recraft it for them for next year and we'll maybe even go down to kinder with maybe some emoji faces and things like that. But that does take some different planning tactics. Certainly. But I would say we get really good information from our students. Our students give us, I think, the most authentic information. Seeing how the skills that they're learning can help them in their future. 92% said that they could see that. I don't know if I would have been able to give that answer when I was a student in school. I'm not sure that I always could see the connection. How do you feel mostly at school? Interestingly, tired. Right? You know, kids are tired. And I think that that's something we need to think about. Like, what does our school day look like? What are we doing when they're tired? You know, what are we going to do to activate their brains and bodies?
So tired and like physically tired or just tired of this?
Well, I think it could depend on the moment,
Yeah.
right? But you know, the second highest is that they feel happy in school, smart, you know, respected, those kinds of things. But these are numbers that we need to work with too. There's some indicators here. When we ask the students, do you have the materials you need for your classes? 96% of the students said that they feel like they did. So that's great. Your favorite part of school, friends and socializing, that was not shocking. Recess and lunch, not shocking. PE and teachers, food, are those kinds of things. So it can tell us where kids are enjoying their day. And what happens, you know, maybe in a classroom that would reflect more of that friends and socializing aspect when they're connecting learning to a more social experience is something good for us to know. Just things to think about.
And the sharing my ideas is very low. That's interesting.
Yeah. And what we do know is that voice and choice are great leveraging instructional strategies, right? So if I'm asking you how you want to learn and what you want to learn, that gives you a different outcome.
Yeah, some of these, it's like, it'd be interesting, right? Sharing my ideas versus like being asked what I think or being asked what I want to do, or am I like just language and surveys is so interesting. Like, how do you, are you tired or are you sleepy?
Yeah.
You know, like it's so interesting because, right, because some kids just really take a word and it really means one thing. And if you're, and if English is your second language, or, it's just interesting, but it's great. And it's great feedback from the kids.
Yeah. And actually in our last PD day, our full PD day, we did a whole section on voice and agency.
So is this an open, like fill in the blank thing, or are there you pick from a menu?
These are you pick from a menu.
Okay.
We also have open boxes. Last year we had lots of open boxes, but disaggregating the data was really hard.
Right.
And just this is information that we collected from the California Healthy Kids Survey. Feel connected to school, 75% for fifth graders and 63% for seventh graders. And that's something that we just need to take a look at really carefully. Like, how do we build the stronger connections? Having a caring adult at school. And again, bigger enough, we want a bigger number than that.
And could you explain that, the Healthy Kids Survey? Is that like a state mandate thing and they hand you the survey and then you do it? But we pick the other one?
It is not a survey that we make. It is administered to kids in the state of California in 5th and 7th grade. We give it to our students as well. It used to be administered every other year. And it does collect more information in these questions. It talks about, is there like alcohol use in your home? Is like, there's just a lot of questions that the California the state of California kind of wants to know about. And we want to know about those things too. And we have a full report of all of those, and those are in the comprehensive school safety plan that gets approved by the board as well. But these are just some of the pieces that we've traditionally used in the LCAP, because we have a section in goal 3 that really talks about like that connection.
So the differences in that prior slide between 5th and 7th grade, does that have to do with, I'm not with the same teacher all day anymore?
It's very probable. I would say, you know, there's two things that can be, you know, part of this. One is when I'm in 7th grade, you know, I'm not the king of the school or the queen of the school or the, but when I'm in 5th grade, I feel that way,
Yeah.
right? And so my feeling of participation or connectedness could change based on where you are in that span of
Right.
that experience. So there's lots of different thoughts on that. You know, the reason that we have this information is really just to get some thematic information. We can get more information when we actually do student interviews and student shadowing.
So are there K-8 schools out there? And I would love to see what their scores are.
There are K-8 schools that are out there, and it would be interesting to see, you know, what their results look like. And then also it'd have to do with the size of the school. There's lots of different vectors. Are we ready? Okay. So this is just a recap. These are the 3 goals that we had constructed in 2021. And we co-constructed them, obviously, through educational partner input. And we haven't changed them over the course of that time. But what we did do is we added specifically unduplicated students into goal 1 this year. And that's because there just seemed to be such a misunderstanding from the community about whether this was intended for all students or unduplicated students. But again, they're just a recap. They haven't changed. So this is just an update. So in every goal, there are a list of actions and services, and it basically, you know, what we're required to do is to be able to say, like, if you had an action or service, did you do it? And so this page just is the basic report that says that was the action, and this is what we did this year. It's a very, very small summary of what you'll find in the actual LCAP. But we, I think, did a really good job. And I think as a district, we tell the board, you know, every time we see you, this is how we're doing on the LCAP. We try to make sure that we're really following our path. In goal 2, there's a lot more actions. So the font got a lot smaller. But really, this is the lion's share of our work. You know, it is closing those achievement gaps, and what are all of the things that takes to do that. This is something that we will address probably differently when we reevaluate the LCAP at the end of this year and we write the goals for the following year, because we may break this goal into 2 component parts. So a lot of actions and services that are tied into one goal, and some of it has to do with how do we know how the kids are doing, and the other part is what are we doing about it. And it's really hard to put that all in one goal under one line of actions and services. So this is progress towards goal 3. And this is, again, something we'll reevaluate at the end of this coming school year, because our community responsiveness and our partnerships are something that we have noticed we need to do better at. And you'll see that reflected in the LCAP this year. We are really, really seriously developing a family education series, because that's where we're lacking. And it's not that we're lacking because we haven't tried, we just haven't tried the right way. So we have a much more strategic plan in place that we will publish at the onset of the school year, so families will know in advance, we'll know where it's going to be, we'll know what we're going to be talking about, and then there'll be a system for providing input about, you know, future sessions and things like that. So
Is that in person or is that?
well, actually, our team is talking about building a 2-tier pathway. So the two-tier pathway, or we'll have a centralized in-person part of the series. But we'll also record it and we'll publish it on our website so that families who haven't been able to participate can still access the link.
Do they do this at night? Or something?
The nighttime seems to be a good time for some families and not for others. So we'll be doing some staggering times. We may still elect to do some early release Fridays. We may elect to do a weekend where families can come in with their kids, depending on the topic. But more of the nights will be present than daytimes.
Yeah, it's tough for families to make nights cooking dinner and
It's-
kids and.
Every time is hard. It really is. You're right on, and that's why we're looking at doing the two-tier pathway.
And was there any talk about doing it over Zoom or something like that, so they could be included and ask questions and do all that stuff?
The nighttime may be partly virtual as well. It depends on the topic. It depends on what you need to have available to you. And I'm trying to think of something like specific, like if we were going to be doing some kind of narcon training or something like that, you actually have to be there to do it, like to practice it. So but this is an area that we know that we need to do continuous work on. So want to know more?
Yes.
How about some academic data? So the good news is that we're making progress. I think that's it's so easy to be like passe about it, like, oh yeah, 8% progress when it's not 100% great, but really it is. We do see that we're making growth. We're making growth in the area of reading. We're making growth in the area of math. And math, we had the strongest area of growth. I mean, I would say as much as, we want to be even improve to a greater level, we're seeing some really great strategies employed in the classroom, and we're seeing some strong areas for growth overall. We did see a couple of dips, and that was in the area of first grade. And I would attribute that to a couple of things. One specifically is that our first grade math group is not completely sold on the idea that first grade is a prime place to be assessing students using this digital tool. And so we're working on ways to support the teachers with that.
Yeah.
Pretty little.
Yeah.
Reading the question.
It's very difficult. And one of the
Yeah.
things that we also found recently, because they use the iPads for this assessment. And unless you actually have a small group of students with paired with an adult, it is very hard to make sure that their attention is on the task.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and it's not even about the digital feature, right? It's just about like, can I pay attention long enough? And so we're really trying to work with the first grade team to say, like, how often are we going to give this? What is the setup going to be? Like all of those kinds of things.
And is that specifically unduplicated numbers, or is that?
That's all of us.
That's everybody.
That's all of us. Yeah.
At all the sites.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yes.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, and I'm just doing, so it says readings 47%, but when I look at all the readings that are above grade level, this is 55, 60, that's definitely not a 47% average.
So the 40, it's not average. It doesn't like average like that. It's a growth factor. So there's two different types of reports. Like 47% of the students are proficient. The number below them are, I don't know if I'm going to actually say this the right way.
So those are not proficient versus the number of 47% is proficient.
No, the 55% of the students in first grade were proficient. 47% in reading overall, all of our grade levels are proficient or above.
Right, but if you take first through eighth, it's 55, 61, 67, 54, 58, you know what I mean? Like that wouldn't give you a 47% average. I don't know why I brought it up. It just seems like I was just curious where they got 47% when it looks like our average is closer to
60.
55, right?
I think it's the percentage of growth, not the percentage of.
No, the percentage of growth is nothing.
No,
It's not-
you're,
that's not
you're
true?
accurate.
Oh, okay.
What you're saying is accurate. And so, in terms of, I'm gonna go.
I'm just saying it might be a better story than what,
Yeah,
judging by this,
it could be, and this is very possible. There are 5 categories in the growth target. So there's below grade, far below grade level,
Right.
on grade level. above
according to the
grade.
dashboard, right?
Right, and so, no, according to iReady. And
Oh,
so one of those calculations through iReady could be calculating 3 of those growth areas, and some could be 2. So I'll go back and take a look at that, but it's a good question. Because if you're looking at the top 2, it's gonna be a smaller number than if you're looking at the 3.
right.
But always good, because with iReady, and it's a great diagnostic tool, but it gives great reports, but also some questions, right? So
Yeah.
what goes into those? Again, the good news is that there's progress that's being made. This
And then-
is, oh,
I'm sorry, so I'm looking at the math, and in 7th grade, there's, 6th grade plus 4% growth, 7th grade minus 4% growth, 8th grade plus 8. I get the 1st grade was negative annual growth. Is any, thoughts on 7th grade? Do we need to do more in 7th grade, or,
well, I think that's.
well, we need to do more in every grade, I guess, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of all time, but it is, in the LCAP, you'll see reflected is there's the purchase of the iReady supplemental math system. Because we do want to see that, we don't want to see the 46, 35, 37.
Right,
We want to see all of those numbers go up,
right.
right?
So if I could be wrong, but I think every year we see the drop between 6th and 7th grade, and that they're going down from one classroom to roaming around, right?
Well, 6th grade, you're in multiple classrooms, and 7th grade,
Okay.
you're in multiple classrooms. But I would say, in general, the standards do increase to a higher level. When you go from 5th grade into 6th grade, it's a jump up expectation. And you'll see even that when students go from 8th to 9th, the way that the standards are written, it's not just a higher level of standard.
So maybe the 6th grade teacher needs to help teach those students for more 7th grade stuff to prepare them for 7th grade.
Well, they're always they're gonna teach to the standard. So what I would say, and then we could get into a lot of this for a long time, we won't, but not every grade level standards are as rigorous as the year before. So we see in certain grades, there's a higher jump in the level of rigor in the standards. We saw that always, as when I was an elementary principal, I'd be so mad at my 4th grade teachers, and then they'd be like, wait, but it's so much harder than 3rd grade, right? But it wasn't until we really started digging into the standards and looking at the student data that we were able to see that there were some differences with that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, and this is just some, this is a growth chart. So, and it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but basically, it's a good trajectory. I'll say that. You want to see an increase in green and a decrease in yellow and red. And so what we do see in the area of reading is that our students are making good progress.
The diagnostic 1 was what they had in the fall, and 3 is the spring.
Yeah.
What's 2?
2, we don't have 2 because I didn't put 2 in. They only will put, you can choose 2. So I chose to be the
okay.
first and the last. And the first isn't right at the beginning of the year, and the 3rd isn't exactly right at the end of the year. So it's not like having the CASP data. But it is good information. The reason I like this specific report is it actually breaks down from phonological awareness all the way down to comprehension and non-fictional reading. And what that tells us is areas where we can develop more opportunity, right? If kids have phonological awareness, fantastic. Look at how well they're doing. And then what do we need to focus on next?
And so a couple of years ago, I remember specifically, Ronnie and I, it was our first year together. And we looked at a specific strand for Main Street. And I said, if you guys focus on vocabulary this year, you've got it nailed. And they did. And that's, how they kind of built in their instructional practice. That's why we use these, right? Is for us to see like, where are our focus areas. This is the same type of,
We have 150 students that are 3 or more grade levels below.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that is not a significant difference from our community or our state. This is the math growth. And again, you'll see the green is smaller. We know that to be true already. And it also tells us some areas to grow. It also is a really it's an interesting graphic because number and operations on the top, typically, and before COVID, this was a much higher number, because kids had some prerequisite knowledge coming into school. They had social experiences that included math practices. Fewer of our kids went to preschool during the pandemic, so we're just seeing that reflected. This is more data by group, and this is really asking us to take a look at some specific target groups like we talked about at the beginning. So how are our low SES students doing? How are Hispanic students doing? How are English learners doing? And we do see that while there's some gains, we do still see that there's some achievement gaps. And so, or some success gaps. And so we really want to try to figure out how to mitigate those through the actions and services in the LCAP. Okay, a little growth is good, a lot of growth is better. Any questions about some of these? It's a lot to take in. To think about. Just some year-end analysis. So we did know there was a strong alignment between the goals and the actions and the budget. In fact, it was dollar to dollar. It was great. The academic performance, it shows growth. In both component areas that the state looks at specifically. First grade showed some unexpected drops, and we think that we can see some of the reasons that might have occurred, but we'll still keep digging. There are still gaps, persistent gaps, and it's the question of all time that we're trying to address through MTSS, through UDL, through all of these systems that we're putting in place. Reading growth and mastery is higher than math district-wide, statewide, and countrywide. There's lots of research that's published around math data. The NAEP data, which is a national collection of data, is also showing the same thing. Parent engagement strategies need to be improved. We need to attendance. While it's at the state average right now, it's still really low, and we need to get that back up.
How do we, like the parent engagement strategies, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think overall you see kids that parents are involved in helping them at home, they have some of the highest grades. How do you guys, or how do we get the parents more engaged in doing this stuff, because I know I stay up hours at night Googling stuff, how to do it, because I can't remember how to do math anymore,
Yeah.
to try to help my kids out, and it's total time suck. And even then I only understand half of it.
Yeah.
Trying to teach them something, how do we help parents be more engaged and help their students when they don't know it?
Well, I think they want to. That's the thing that they're telling us.
Right.
What they're telling us is the same thing you just said. We don't know how. Right. And, and another thing that you said that was really poignant was math. Math is taught differently now than it was when we were kids, which is part of the reason that the math framework isn't done.
Yeah.
So it's always this like little round for, but just to go back specifically to your question is once once we know what parents are struggling with, and we do know, they don't know how to help their children at home. But once they do know how to do that, then they can. So, family Latino literacy nights are one way to do that, because it actually engages English learner families on how to help children with build literacy. It's a structured program, and it works, and we'll continue to do that. But who's not really kind of coming to the table on this with us is families who are just Googling it at night, right? Because they're like, I got this, I have access to a computer, I'll figure it out. So how to build a strategic plan and get everybody to come without having to do the work themselves. That's where that sweet spot is.
So do we have any plans in place? I'm sorry, Bill, do we have any plans or strategy to help those parents that want to help their kids or something like that?
It's in the LCAP, so we're building a family information series. So we'll have on a very regular basis, whether it's in person or virtual, and a recorded viewing, all parents access to some of the strategies that they need to support their students at home.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I look at my, and I do math, one number's on top, one number's at the bottom, draw a line, and then do that, either multiply or whatever, my kid's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's not math, and he does it two straight out and parentheses at the bottom and the top, and a whole night and day how I learned how to do math,
I had to watch Khan Academy.
Khan Academy is
a lot.
one of
Yeah.
one of the best tools.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I watch YouTube videos, how to,
It's so
how to
Yes.
do things,
So Passport wanted to have the community center at Opal Cliffs be a family learning center
Mhm.
someday, maybe.
That's a cool idea,
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are lots of opportunities for growth in this area. And we also have been talking, the team has been talking about actually partnering with the neighboring district. So we could coordinate service.
Right.
So there's lots of things that we're talking about doing. We'll publish it in August before school starts. And it won't be perfect, but it'll be a pretty structured framework. And hopefully it will give a few more people what they need to feel successful.
What about like if a teacher was able to video themselves when they're teaching the class a certain style or a certain math or something like that, and then they could put that video up on their teacher site or something like that, or on the New Brighton, this is sixth grade math, statistics, or sixth grade math this. So the parent can learn exactly what they're teaching the kids. So maybe that would give them a leg up or something.
I would say that's a great idea. I would say a lot of our staff who would be perfectly capable of doing it might be shy to do it. There are a lot of resources that are already available. And so, kind of trying to figure out something between the both of those. I do have a first grade teacher at one of our sites who is a stellar teacher who is even maybe shy about sharing her video with her peers, right? So you don't always have the person that has the strong practice that wants themselves to be on camera and be viewed. So it's a good question though.
Would that have to be negotiated?
Don't know what it'd have to be, but I would say
Side letter.
it's not everybody's comfort space to be public with their teaching necessarily, because you can be criticized so simply, and that's just hard, right?
There's a lot of hate out there.
It's just a different place to be. So these are some of the fine points of our year-end analysis. We do have a lot that's in the LCAP, 112 pages of good quality stuff. But between now and the next time we talk in 2 weeks, I'll bring it to you for approval. I'll look at a couple of those things. One is just a couple of those data points, just to see how I already structured those percentages. And then if there are questions of the board, I'm happy to answer. Oh, I have another slide, sorry. Just these are our continued focus areas.
And we've talked a lot about them, but the one I really want to highlight is the bullet 3, understanding the student experience. This is something that we've been working on with our racial justice task force for a long time. These are the next steps in the process. And it is not until we actually ask kids about their experience that we are going to know how to teach them best. So that is a really strong area of focus moving forward. All right. Set your goals, make your plans, chase your dreams. That is my quote for the end of this presentation. And these.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? I know we have a few.
You know, mine's like just this very broad strokes kind of question, because I understand the emphasis on the fact that the LCAP is specifically to meet the needs of our unduplicated students, but also in pouring through the actual LCAP from earlier, you know, you see there's so much of it that the services that will actually benefit all students.
Yeah.
And so thinking of it, and maybe this is like, you know, getting to, I don't know, to the elevation too high up, but thinking like, this is still our strategic plan, right? Like this is our North Star, this is our guiding document for the entire district. These are our goals, full stop, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the funding that drives it, you know, to get the services, well, I'm tired, but you know what I mean? Like the funding is specifically generated to make sure that we reach our unduplicated students.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Getting it right, is there?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's where the complications come in. That's why it's not a community welcoming document necessarily, because we want all kids, right, to be able to do these things.
Right.
And we have systems, and Michelle talked about it earlier through like ELOP as an example. Like our ELOP is developed for students who are underserved and underperforming. And we offer it to everyone, and we offer it to everyone on purpose. And so that we muddy our own system because we don't do actions and services just for a few students. We do them for all. And we target some students through these dollars with some of these actions. Do we do like 100,000 more actions than these? Yes, we do.
Yeah.
But these are the ones that we call out because they're attached to dollar figures. Right. So it's a very complicated way of reporting.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know we asked a lot of questions throughout. So no, I'm not expecting anyone to have any more, but if you do.
I took care of almost all of them, and thank you very much. It's very comprehensive. I appreciate the PowerPoint kind of wrapping up the other 300 pages that we tried to go through. The only note that I had that I didn't cover was, you know, I had a thought of a mentor program with high school students, like maybe picking some of the 8th graders that are, you know, very proficient in whatever subject it might be, and would be willing to volunteer their time or something like that to help as a tutor for 6th graders or 7th graders that might need a little bit more help. And maybe we could give them some sort of incentive to be a part of that program or something like that. I think a lot of the 8th graders, some of the special 8th graders that I know that are high performing would probably jump at the opportunity to help other kids. And that's just part of what New Brighton's ingrained in them, is helping other people. You know, and I don't know if that's something we would ever want to consider or something like that, you know, but maybe a student might feel more comfortable with somebody else. I know this isn't an LCAP conversation necessarily, but
No, I mean,
you know,
the students at the high school level have community service hours to do. We do have a number of them that come to the elementary schools to do a variety of services, including mentorship and tutoring. So certainly not something that's foreign. It's definitely.
yeah,
something-
15 hours a year, you know, of community service, you know, and maybe they could get that with tutoring, you know, or some of our kids at New Brighton or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, most of that was really thorough and super long.
Yeah. Totally
Totally. But I guess it really caught my attention that you said that the LCAP is meant to be kind of community like input, kind of generated that way. So as you showed us some of those numbers of like
the rankings of, these things we think are really important, and then these things we think are less important. Do we redirect where we put a little bit less attention on those things, or did we feel like there were some things in there that maybe that we need to do differently in order to kind of make them more effective?
Oh, there's almost every one of them
Yeah.
has a kind of a effectiveness scale built in. So let me see if I can give an example. I'll give an example. So our integrated arts teachers that come in and they pull groups of students together in a specific grade. Their teachers go out and they do grade level planning. The structures for grade level planning are continuing to be enhanced and improved. Like, how do we look at data differently? What do we look at? Can we group students differently? Can we use different instructional strategies? So that's why the goals are written for 3 years. It's to make progress on them as time goes, but also to be able to say, not only do we need to make progress in what the end goal is or the metric that we're using, but all of the strategies and practices that we have in place in that action, right? So those are the things that, like, I think I was talking about on one of the slides when we look at the SIPSA plan for each of the school sites. That's where each of the sites say, oh, in our school with these group of students, these are the things that we're going to do to ensure that LCAT action and goal are met. So that's how they kind of weave together.
Yeah, that's really a good connection. And then maybe after the 3 years, we might say, some of these we're not going to focus on that. We're going to bring in a new thing, maybe for after those 3 years.
Yes,
Exactly
and
right.
that's why they're written in 3 years.
Yeah.
It's to like nothing works perfectly in a minute, right? And so the state of California gives you 3 years to really work on something with fidelity without giving up on it. And it also doesn't allow you to give up on anything, right? Because in essence, you can't create a new plan and do it from beginning to end every single year.
Yeah. Super informative. Thank you.
All right, we don't have anything else from the board, just want to check. No one here in public for any questions, but nothing on email, I'm gonna assume.
Nothing on email.
Thank you for checking for us. Thank you. That was really thorough. and
Thanks.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love the data.
yeah.
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 I'll check on that one data point, but I've looked at a lot of data over the past several weeks, so none of it is crossing well in my eyes. But
You happen to have the next item as well? Do you want us to do a switcheroo, or are you okay to move on to
I'm
the
good.
next one? Okay.
As long as my presentation.
Because we could just put Scott right on the spot and switch things.
Okay,
Take a little moment.
sure.
George to do his thing.
Yeah.
And our new camera location.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Is
No.
it?
Yeah, well, I'm glad that we don't have to worry about people like that. That has felt so awkward when we have a big crowd
Yes.
here. And it already feels like I worry that people feel like there's not space, and then we're also like, and please don't.
Yes. Yes.
Or the CSEA rep feeling like the back of their head is just totally highlighted.
Yes.
But
It used to be, the owl used to be back there, and I used to position
Oh.
this microphone.
for our 3 YouTube viewers.
Yeah, exactly.
One.
You enjoying the meeting, George?
That's empowering though, because that means we've done such a good job reaching out to the community previously
Yeah.
in regards to our LCAP, that they already know all this.
That must be it. Yeah, I mean, the budget was on review in the district office starting May
Yeah, there you go.
26th. I read that, and
Yep.
so people they poured over it and really.
They did, they called, they emailed, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that won't be till August.
No.
I do know that we do have quite a few of our staff members that do watch it later.
Yeah.
On YouTube, and so
Yeah,
it's
I heard
nice.
that too.
Yeah.
Well, for all of our viewers, we have a new camera and we hope you like it.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you,
That,
George.
that was line item 37B.
Yeah.
Tech budget.
Right.
Are you guys?
We're ready. We're ready for item 9C.
Okay. So, the state of California requires in the month of June for
all school districts to do a short presentation of the dashboard local indicators. And it's really interesting that it requires this to be done in June in conjunction with the LCAP, because we have no academic data in the dashboard to be able to talk to that part of it. So this dashboard presentation really is a recap of what we did in the fall, and it really just includes our local indicators, and we'll talk about what that means just really briefly. So there are state indicators, and those state indicators are, you know, how well do your students do in English? How well do they do in math? How well do they do acquiring English if they're an English learner? That's not what we're talking about in this presentation. We're just talking about local indicators, so that where there's the little gauge and the colors, that's not what we're talking about tonight. But what we do have to do is we do have to let the state know that there are certain things that we look at within our district without them telling us how we're doing, to be able to assure to the board and the public that we're doing our work associated with the state priorities. So the state priorities are basic services and conditions, implementation of state and academic standards, parent and family engagement, school climate, access to broad course of study, and then the last two really are designed for us. So priority one, basic services, we've met that goal. And basically it just says, do you have students that are being taught by qualified teachers? Well, that hopefully the answer is yes. And in this case it is. And so we have our SARC report, we have our FIT report, and we have our Williams Act that all ensure that we are correct when we're saying that we do have that. The FIT report actually relates mostly to facilities. It says, are your facilities in good working order and are they safe? And then do your students have access to the materials that they need? And that's the Williams report. On priority two, implementation of state and academic standards, we have also met that. So the state has adopted standards. We use those as goals for our teaching. We also use those in our report cards, and we also use iReady data to support that those are the things that we're looking at when we're teaching students. And we use them in all those component areas. So even though we don't test iReady in those component areas, those are the adopted standards that we employ, and our curriculum matches those. Priority three, parent engagement. We meet that one in spades. So we have lots of ways in which we engage our families. The community forum is a really great one where they can come in. We have many more times when parents can come into schools to do that, but that's as a district, that's one that we do. We have our LCAP surveys, and all of these have been listed already in the LCAP, but we do meet that goal. Priority 6, school climate. We have met that goal. And really what that does is it says, like, how are your kids feeling? How do you know? And then what are you doing about that? All of that we include in our LCAP, and that's part of goal 3. And we talked about some of that data earlier. Broad course of study. We have also met that goal. And it's really interesting because most elementary school districts do not actually report on this. But because we actually do have elective offerings at the middle school, and we have tiered and accelerated classes, we have integrated arts in the elementary, and we have world language now at the elementary level. It's a great way to be able to say that we are meeting this broad course of study even as an elementary school district. All of our indicators have been met. And then the attached report will show how I actually have to report that to the state. So it gives you a way of a metric of criteria. Some are open boxes, and then some are just basic numeric evidence tools. But that is the dashboard local indicator report presentation. Any questions?
They take all the information that you give them and they update the dashboard accordingly.
Yep.
Yeah, we have had a very strong dashboard presence in that way since I got here and probably long before that. We haven't had one kicked back yet.
That's good.
Yeah.
And the dials, when is that one shown to us?
That one will probably be published. I mean, LCAP data is actually coming in right now. Like different districts are getting their data. We haven't gotten any of ours yet. My guess would be, or September. That's my hope. That way I can give the board a full presentation on that side of it. That's always like, that's the exciting time for me. Because then we can actually see like our areas that we need to focus on separate from our own, our data that we're collecting.
Is that CSAPP or
Yeah.
AAP?
CAASPP,
I
yes.
keep getting their emails and I go like, well, it can't be time yet to look, you know?
Yeah, not yet,
No.
not yet, but it will be soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions? Okay.
Not for me. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to be quicker that time.
No one in the audience, and no emails on this one,
Let me refresh again, because you never know.
just in case our
Last
viewer
30
has a
seconds.
question.
It's nothing on email.
Thank you very much.
No budget question?
No.
All right. Okay, on to 9D, which is our last discussion item regarding racial justice and educational equity.
So thank you. I'd like to give an update to the board tonight on racial justice and educational equity. Work in our district. And so I'd like to give a brief overview using the kind of the construct of where we've been, where we're at now, and where we're looking to go. So as the memo explains, there was a lot of work done in previous years. Although equity has been a focus in the district for long before this time, a real centralized focus on it came into view in the 2021 school year. It was in alignment with the unfortunate incident of the murder of George Floyd. That served as an unfortunate catalyst that spurred us on to be able to focus on this work more. It was a grassroots movement, starting from the field with especially SEA asking for more of a focus on this in the district. So again, kind of like with the LCAP, listening to those that we serve and building on that has been the focus. Tried to find some specific things to do, some real tangible things to do. For example, enhancing our libraries to have more inclusive oriented books, books that show greater diversity. And we accomplished that. A dollar amount was given to each school site. Teams researched those books and enhanced their libraries that way. We also did some study on it and then began our work with Nicole Anderson and Associates that year so that we could really dive deeper into this work. And that work started then and has continued. We've really tried to focus on building a foundation, and that has included building the Racial Justice Task Force, which includes constituents from partners from all across the district, classified staff, certificated staff, board members, administrators, parents, etc. And built that team, worked with Nicole on developing a common language. So one of the focuses with the work has been, we all want equity. We all want to say that we're an equitable organization. It's kind of like with social emotional learning. Everybody wants that, but one of the focuses with social emotional learning, for example, has been to have common vocabulary, right? And so I think that's one of the reasons that has been so successful in our district, not just everybody's own interpretation of it, right? So we've done a lot of work across the district on building common terminology and common areas of focus.
Thank you.
And so that included some reading, starting with an article by Nicole herself, and then on the water of systems change, which has been a kind of foundational piece of work. And that grew into continued work with at the board level and the administration level and the racial justice task force level. That's kind of the genesis of the work. And so what happened this year? Well, that work all continued. So we continue to build that strong foundation, but then we added one piece on top of the foundation, which were equity walks, right? So we accomplished an equity walk at each school site. Those equity walks brought together groups of different constituents across the district and visited each school site. And again, that common terminology is a real focus point. And so we used equity walk tool that is very specific and went into each school instead of saying, how's that school doing with equity? Not a judgmental approach, but training ourselves to build our equity lens with this specific tool. And a tool that we used in conjunction with Nicole, but that we're really looking to embrace ourselves so that we can lead those equity walks ourselves. So continue to work with board, continue to work with ADCO, continue to work with the Racial Justice Task Force, but building on that layer of equity walks, getting right into the classroom, right into the school site, so that we can start to ask ourselves the right questions. What's the next layer? Looking forward to next year. A layer that we want to add is really getting to the most grassroots level. Jessica actually mentioned it during her presentation, and that's listening sessions. This can include other things, this includes student shadowing, but a specific focus in this work will be listening sessions. So listening sessions will be developed by the Racial Justice Task Force. So there's really kind of two key components to a listening session. Which group, which historically underrepresented, underserved group are we going to focus on? And what questions are we going to ask them? Right? Because you don't want to just say, hey, how's it going? Right? You want to ask strategic questions that can get you some meaningful data to build off of. And so the Racial Justice Task Force will be the one that identifies that, which groups and what are the questions. And those what are the questions are key. You don't want it to be a super long list. You don't want it to be super generic. You want to tease out 3 or 4 or 5 really meaningful questions you can collect data around, so we can see how we improve down the line. I think one of the great things about looking forward to that next year is that we have built the foundation, right? That we're going to hear some great things, we're going to hear some okay things, and we're going to hear some things we probably don't want to hear about how we have historically served these groups. We're going to talk to students, we're going to talk to parents, and down the road, I don't know if this will happen next year, but down the road, one of the goals is to bring in alumni. So there's a different perspective, right? A parent is one perspective, a current student is another perspective. But what about somebody in their 20s who went through our system? And being able to ask them, what was your experience like? Did you feel like you had equitable resources compared to maybe your peers that were in a different group? And so that's kind of the vision down the road. But next year, very specifically, those listening sessions developed by the Racial Justice Task Force focus on a couple of specific groups with some very strategic questions. As a prelude to that, next meeting, I will bring to you a proposed contract with Nicole Anderson and Associates. The goal has been all along to fade those services, just like any other good consultant. And so we want to target next year to be the last year that we officially work with Nicole in an official capacity. I have a feeling Nicole and Shelley and Kimberly and all the other people we work with will always have a great spot in their heart for our district. And anytime we reach out to them, whether we're officially contracted with them or not, will be there to support us and help us and guide us. And so, but the target next year is to have it be the last official year of contracting with them as we continue to learn more ourselves. And you know, their whole goal, the old cliche, is they want to teach us how to fish and not just keep giving us fish, right? And I think that we're on a good track for that. And I think it's been like super important work for so many reasons. One of the things that I just really appreciate is there's not a lot of African Americans in our community, right? I'm not saying anything startling news. And here we bring in several African American women and give them the authority to help teach us. That in of itself has been super powerful, and how receptive the whole staff and the whole community has been to that. So just a little prelude into next meeting when I bring you that contract. It's in relation to trying to continue this work in a very meaningful way. And we're looking on adding a book study for next year around the book called Cultural Proficiency, a manual for school leaders, the 4th edition. I was able to do the 3rd edition when we originally before we even started this focus kind of work in our district. Several of us went through the AXA Equity Institute at the County Office of Education, and that was the book we used for that. So I think we're really ready as like a Racial Justice Task Force, an administrative team, and as a board and governance team to dive into that work. Now that we've really built out some common terminology, common understandings, we'll continue to work as a governance team on our equity policy, and really clearly defining what our district means by that. So it's a little short version of where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going. And so I'm taking questions from the board now.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So other districts are doing that in our county, I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
We even have one in the from the COE, they have an
Okay.
equity council that.
So how are we doing as far as getting work done compared to other ones?
It's a really good question. I'm biased, because I think so
That's
highly of
why
the
I
work
asked
we're
you.
doing in our district. So I'll try to be unbiased. I think this county is especially invested in doing this work, right? Like, I always use the term lip service, right? Everybody's in equity now, right?
Right.
But are we really trying to do it? Are we asking ourselves the tough questions?
Mhm.
Or are we willing to go through the work? I mean, you see in
Check
there.
in the box.
Yeah, well, you see in there like, our common understandings are be comfortable being uncomfortable,
Right.
right? And that's the tough part is it just like we want to check that box and we want to feel good about ourselves? Or are we really stripping things back and asking ourselves, what are our biases? In the conversation about, meeting student needs and thinking of that MTSS model. That's an approach to build equity, right? As if we're teaching to those edges where students need the most support, everybody in the middle is going to get support too.
Mhm.
So it's a long way to answer your question. How are we doing? I think we're doing as good as anybody else. I wouldn't,
What a good answer.
I know everybody in this county is working really hard and trying really hard. So I would just say we're right in there fighting the good fight with them.
Yeah. Is Nicole and the crew, they're gonna be involved with the determining the questions?
So yeah, Shelley is our key point person for the Racial Justice Task Force. And she really has a good vision for that. They work together on all these things, but one kind of takes lead on one and one takes lead on another.
Okay.
Yeah, so kind of like Nicole and Deborah take lead on working with us as a governance team. Shelley's really kind of the Racial Justice Task Force is her baby.
Okay.
And so that she'll be the kind of point person for helping us with that. She's done these a lot. And so she kind of has a sense on, what things can go right, what things can go wrong. And really, I think preparing us again for being willing to hear whatever is out there and then following up and doing
Of
something.
course,
about
we're
it.
gonna see the questions too, right?
Right, yeah,
Okay.
and they get to develop the questions.
Yeah, that's great. I
Yeah.
think that's, yeah.
Just a quick question. You said you want us to look at a contract to end her contract?
I don't know, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that very well. Thanks for verbalizing that back to me. So I know.
It was gonna come at some point.
So 2 weeks from now, as an action item, I will bring you a proposed contract for the board to consider to have one more year of consulting with Nicole in 23-24.
Gotcha. So her contract ends this year.
Yes.
And we're looking to extend it for one more year
One more
until next year. Thank you very much.
Good paraphrasing, I like
Yeah.
it.
Any other questions from the board? No, all right.
I know you have one.
I was just giving her a hard time.
Oh, okay.
I was organizing myself and she was like, you're.
So we need more items.
Nothing
All right,
on email.
thank you. We don't have any more questions. Thank you for the updates, Scott. Nothing from the public, so we can move on to the action item, yeah?
Sure, I just hit refresh. Let me get
Oh, yeah,
to
no
page
problem.
300 and
Page 360 on my
whatever it is.
PDF.
As I'm getting there, I have to say, President Jackson Miller, I had to
We're
fill
getting formal now.
Yeah, we're formal. I had to fill in the JPA in one of our meetings as president, as I'm the vice president, and president couldn't make it.
Mhm.
And I am now very cognizant of the appreciation of announcing the page that we are on
Oh, yeah.
in a board meeting. When everybody is like, what page is that?
Yes, always helpful, especially with the longer dockets.
Yes,
Mhm.
and you kind of get lost.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I just wanted to point that out as I'm now lost on my.
We're never gonna do that. Amanda's always gonna be here.
Yeah.
I know. Well, let me tell you, 3 minutes before the meeting starts, they're like, we forgot to tell you, you're the president today. I can wing it. All right, I'm there. Okay, page, yes, 360. So I have the next two items, should go fairly quickly. One is based on the other. As I had mentioned to the board earlier, the California School Healthy Air Plumbing and Efficiency Program, affectionately known as CalShape, or 8841, if you want to shorten it even more, has two sides of the house. There's the plumbing side and the ventilation side. This was 8841 came out many years ago at the onset of COVID. it was nearly impossible for any district to receive money under the provisions of how it was initially brought out and put forward to districts. Everybody's really excited, and then nothing came of it. State figured that out, so they've now they've revamped the program so the districts can have access to these funds and upgrade both the plumbing side and the ventilation side of both programs. So we first qualified on the plumbing side for a $201,000 grant. This resolution that I'm asking the board to approve tonight is the resolution for the district to accept the grant that as awarded to us and receive the funding. And the second part of it, which is our next action item, would be to accept the contract with the company we've been working with, because on the plumbing side of this, none of these upgrades have happened. So we've had our study, we've gone through our audit, we've found what all the things qualify for, and that's how we received our funding. The contract that we have is they work in conjunction with the Energy Commission, and then they come and they do all the work. It's at no cost to the district. It's basically we're a pass through of the 201,000 would go directly to the contractor. They handle everything for the district, all the filing, all the paperwork, and everything that goes along with it. Next board meeting, I'll be bringing the other half of this, which is the ventilation side. That one's a little bit different. We were awarded $350,000. We just found out. So
Yeah.
very exciting on that one. Staff has worked so hard on the paperwork for this. It's just unbelievable how much paperwork has to be generated. The ventilation side, I will bring you the same thing, a resolution and a contract. However, we're receiving this funding basically as free money because through our work with Climatech, we've already upgraded all of our ventilation to the standards of AB 841. So this is a rebate check that we're getting from the state.
Oh, yeah. So that's nice.
The ventilation one will be fun.
Haven't heard that word in a while.
I know. And you know, sadly, where my brain went when we found out how much money we were going to get, I'm like, we are never going to have to buy another filter again. Like the district in perpetuity will have filter money to change all of our ventilation filters. So just kind of a background when I bring this to you next time, this is kind of how it works. You have to, board has to approve the resolution, then we approve the contract. There are still some upgrades that do need to be done under the ventilation side, and that's why we'll have a secondary contract with the company. They also will be doing all the paperwork for us and all the filing and all of that so that we make sure we're in compliance. So with that, I'd like the board to please approve the resolution so we can accept $201,000 on behalf of the Energy Commission.
Does the company that we're contracted with, does this say we're gonna hire one particular company, or this just says we're gonna accept the money and then we figure out what company to use?
The resolution, this first part is just the resolution to accept the funding. And then the next agenda item is the company that works with the Energy Commission that we would sign the contract with, that the one that they have been helping us receive the funding. And it's kind of like an all-in-one package.
Who's Janet Lindenbaum?
Oh,
I know. The queen of DSA and persistent phone calls. Miss Lindenbaum was the superintendent secretary or assistant, pardon me, 3 assistants ago, I believe. Now. Yes, and who has retired from the district a long time ago, but still comes back happily and subs for us. And her expertise has become winning over DSA agents and greatly. Yes,
I hear another recognition item.
yeah, I know.
Coming up.
Bring back Janet.
Yeah, that's
Janet,
Hall of
like
Fame.
even Climatech, who they work with DSA all the time, was Fabian was in our office and he's just staring at her. He's like, you got a live person at DSA, a live person talked to you and told you what to do. And she's like, oh yeah, I know all about her. A long conversation. Heard you got grandkids. And she's one amazing human being that can get something done. So, but yes, she does come in and help us out. And she's been working on a couple of these projects for us to try to get this stuff taken care of. So, yes.
I mean, she'd already retired by the time we got the bond and had all the bond projects, but didn't she come back and work and do so much amazing work? Well, as you mentioned with DSA, and yeah. Her, yes, she's just super efficient. We love Janet.
So this is a grant. So this was like extra work and then people did paperwork and then we got awarded.
Yep. Yeah.
how much indirect was in there?
So cool.
Yeah, none.
How much? What?
Not on this
Indirect.
one, but
What do you
So
mean?
indirect is the And my slice of the pie is
Yeah.
this.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, we get no slice.
we get those, not on this one, on the other one we do.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, so,
10%.
but this one
But
is.
new toilets. So.
I didn't have new toilets and new faucets. We were working it really hard because it doesn't cover the drinking fountains. And so that was what I really was hoping this grant would cover, would be the drinking fountains.
So $65,000 for 14 toilets. I feel like I'm rating a defense budget.
No.
So really 14 toilets, but I got my uncle will do this for like $1,500, man.
That's the USA way.
Yeah, yeah, all of that goes in the total price of the energy commissions. The grant component of this is why they're releasing it, and then how that goes into the energy efficiency. It also goes into all the audits that are required to go behind that and the filing of everything. So the company that we are signing a contract with has been amazing. They're wonderful, amazing company, but they are not altruistic in any way. So I mean, they are in this.
And how do we, this is the next agenda item, so I can save
Yeah.
my questions for that, but how do we determine what company is gonna do this work? Because I bet there's a lot of companies that would like to bid on a $65,000 job for 14 toilets.
You would be surprised
Surprised
that
that they don't.
no.
No.
These are the.
$65,000, I would be.
That's small change. That's small change.
No, it's not.
Yeah. it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's 14 at the gardens.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
24.
Gardens really need to.
No, but if you look at exhibit B, the budget.
Oh, exhibit B.
Yeah, so look at,
Is that on
14.
this item?
No,
Yes,
so yeah, if you scroll down, you'll
Right.
see, exhibit A is Santa Cruz Gardens is 14 toilets. And then exhibit B for 14 toilets at Santa Cruz Gardens is $65,000.
Yeah.
Interior faucets at SoCal Elementary for 7 interior faucets is $13,000. I've done that at my house.
No, but so
Yeah.
what you have to understand is this is what they're awarding us,
Uh-huh.
not what we're paying necessarily. So what the award, this.
Oh,
is-
then I love that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all one and the
Contracts
same,
the next
but
one.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, so they determined how many were outdated, and then they determined what the grant amount in total, right? So because the age, the this, the that, the whatever, we are getting for Santa Cruz Gardens, yes, we are receiving $65,000 in replacement money. But when we sign the contract with the company that is going to be doing all the work, it's like a pass through to them. But part of that isn't that they're getting $65,000 to put in 14 toilets. It's that the grant total covers all of what encompasses the work that needs to be done. And so that's how the Energy Commission awards it, and then how the contract then, when we get to the second item, how the contract applies it.
All right, well, I'm ready to vote on this one.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll save all the other questions for the next.
All right,
Yeah.
so do I have a motion to approve the resolution? Oh,
I second.
all right, we got Phil and Robert, all right. And Jen, when you're ready, we'll do a roll call vote.
Trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
trustee Edmondson,
Aye.
trustee Donnelly,
Aye.
trustee Rodriguez, trustee Dickinson.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oops, check, maybe you never know.
Boy, there's a lot of paperwork.
Yeah, I know. What page is the, let's see, 10B, whoever
Nothing,
gets there first.
nothing on email.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, no, nothing in
386.
person, nothing on email. Thank you. I'm losing my,
Yeah, 386.
thank you. Okay, excellent. Now we're on to part 2, consider approval of the bid contract for Cicerco. Cicerco Energy Solutions.
And I'm one page off. So now this is the second half of the grant. So this is an energy solutions company. They're the ones that work with the Energy Commission. And they're the ones that we've been working with to secure the grant in and of itself. So some board members, I think, were on the board 10 years ago when Prop 39.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is similar to
Great,
Prop
man.
39, when the district was awarded like $650,000 to upgrade all our LED lighting, to upgrade to LED lighting. And so this is kind of the same thing. The district is awarded the grant, and then we work with the commissions that actually perform the work. And then they do all of the paperwork and everything that goes with it. And so this is kind of similar. This is yet another similar situation. They do all the back end work for us and all of the reporting, and they take on all of the subcontracting and the installation and the purchasing as part of the agreement that we accept the grant.
Do they handle DSA?
We don't have to go through DSA.
Oh, right.
Wait, so you, and I'm sorry, you said if we accept the grant, we have to accept this company.
They are the only company.
Yeah.
It isn't that we would, I mean, they are the ones that we've been working with to secure the grant because they are the ones that work with the Energy Commission to perform the services within the grant. So like when AB 841 first came out, it was districts had to go out and perform audits. And we have neighboring districts that spend $1 million performing audits that these companies would charge to audit to see if you even qualified for the money. Then you spend all this money to figure out if you do an audit and that you qualify. Then you went to apply for the grant funding, and then the grant funding said that you don't actually qualify. You may need all these things, but you don't qualify for it. So that's why they redesigned the AB 841 to now say, when you work with this company, they will perform the audit at no cost, but part of that service is that when the grant money is awarded, that's embedded within the contract that they work with the districts to receive the money.
So they've already done the audit, we've already
done the audit, they've already done all of the back end work that goes with it, and
so
then
they're obligated to use this company.
yes, but I can tell you, it isn't that there's 100 companies out there. There are only a few companies that are working with the Energy Commission and AB 841, as the same as with the company that I'll be bringing you 2 weeks from now on the ventilation side. They're just not there, and these are the ones that the Energy Commission has reached out to say, like, they work with these companies because they're going to know what to do with all the paperwork that's involved that goes to the back part of it. Part of it would have been like Santa Cruz Gardens does have a high amount of things that need to be replaced because it had the least amount of work done during the bond. So it had the oldest things, whereas you see with SoCal Elementary, it received the least amount because we had so many things already replaced. On this side of it, we don't qualify on the plumbing side for anything we already had done. We only qualify for what still needs to be done. The ventilation side was different. You qualify for what you've already done after a certain date. So, and that would mean any work that you did prior to AB 841 coming into existence doesn't count. So if you did work after AB 841 3 years ago came into existence, which is what we did with Climate Tech, then now that's a dollar for dollar back we get, as opposed to a straight replacement. If that makes sense.
Two last questions in 37 parts.
Mm.
Sorry. So yeah, I was just thinking about local, and trying to give the business to some local company or something like that. We just we don't take any bids. This company is already,
There is no local company that would perform this service.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who do we call in the second question? Who do we call when something goes wrong? We call this company and then they contract somebody local to fix our problems, our plumbing problems or something?
Well, everything is warranted, right? Like they're the company that does, they will then subcontract, right? So it's kind of like Climate Tech in the sense of Climate Tech is our infrastructure partner. And then they subcontract with like Sandbar. Sandbar is a local company, right? So they use local subs to perform the work. This is the same thing. They're like a consulting firm that does all the back end work, and then they consult. They will then bring in, yeah. And so I can have conversations with them about which companies that the district would prefer to work with, that we like to do local. A lot of the companies that we do work with that are based on consulting, that is a goal of theirs to always try to local when they're doing subcontractors. Yeah.
And not every business is eligible, so you have to jump through some hoops to get on the list of companies that we would accept a bid from. So I went through the bids for the bond project yesterday, and I saw that for landscaping, one bid.
Oh my God. And we had to beg, borrow and steal for that one.
And it was like,
even bid on it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, what, $50,000?
That's candy, right?
Candy, yeah. And so in this particular case, we may be contracting with the consulting firm, and they may subcontract with Joe Wilson.
Right, totally.
Because,
I got everything. I just, wanted to make sure we explored possible, using somebody local.
Yes,
who could use the
always.
money.
Mhm. We always try. I mean, it's just unfortunate. A lot of times there aren't a lot of local companies.
And to be honest with you, some of those companies, like Triad, I asked him, and he goes, I don't want to go through the paperwork.
No, that's the other part, because once it becomes a public works project, most local contractors just say, no, thank you. Yeah.
And then just to understand, this is not my wheelhouse, but like what Robert was saying, that just this, that it seems like a large price tag for like a small amount of toilets and faucets. Can you just explain that to me?
It's not just that, that's what we qualified for the funding for, but what needs to be done is all of the paperwork, all of the audits, all the certifications, and then hiring of the subcontractors, having the work being performed. They may dig into those, take those toilets out and may find out that all of our piping needs to be replaced. Like they take that liability on when they do these kind of projects. And so really, I mean, in this, like I said, in this particular case, it's great that we qualified for the funding, but the funding really wasn't meant to go to us, right? Like to the district in and of itself. It was meant to go through this process and
So
then
it's not
have us
free
be in
money,
compliance.
Basically.
Not the
We
plumbing
have to
side
use
of it.
For this,
Yeah.
regardless of what we're paying somebody to do it.
Correct.
If we go cheap, but and leftover money, we can't just, put it in the general fund. It has to go to the $64 toilet.
Yeah.
Or don't
Yeah.
take it.
The jet toilet,
Wish it was
so.
64. I know, and that is true, yes,
Yeah.
it's in on the plumbing side of it. Now, on, like I said, the ventilation side of it, that's completely different. But on the plumbing side of it, we're more of a pass-through entity than we are the actual awardee.
And did they audit it brings a good point, audit the pipes, are we using copper in our buildings to go to drinking fountains and faucets and things like that where kids might drink out of?
And
Well,
do drinking
no,
fountains.
because the drinking fountains are external. This only looks at internal, which would not be internal drinking fountains, but internal faucets. So yes, like the kids could be drinking out of the bathroom faucet, but it has a different standard than it would for like a drinking fountain that you would have on the outside. So the two different, like interior and exterior.
Just so that I will still call it the new bathroom at Main Street was, how old is that? 15, 20 years old?
For me, yeah.
That's $250,000 to build that.
But it has a
But
nickname.
that was
What's the
fun,
nickname?
so.
It had a funny nickname. No,
But
no.
Just because
yeah, probably not.
all the.
It was real nice.
Jump
Yeah,
through to do it.
$250,000 bathroom.
Then.
Yeah, like.
That's
20 years ago. All right, folks,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull us back together.
Okay.
Let's do it,
We've
man.
broken the 10 o'clock rule.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. But I
That
mean,
you okay?
No, he's starting to.
okay, have we
I make those.
have our questions been answered?
Yeah.
No public comment, no public comment,
Nope.
emails. Do we have a motion to approve the bid contract for Cicerco?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second? Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wait, is it resolution?
No,
No, never mind.
Really?
Anyone have any?
Thank you.
correspondence? Wait, we still
wanna
have
keep this
two
going,
more
Ted?
people.
Keep them together.
Keep it together. Do we have any correspondence anyone needs to report out? No. Okay, future agenda items. Now you can ask.
Just because I always forget to email, so I am gonna, you were the LCAP, what you're saying about the parent engagement strategies, like, I'm so looking forward to seeing how that comes out whenever that time is in the future months. A presentation on how you're going about the parent engagement strategies would be interesting.
Okay, great. I'd love to share.
Yeah.
Thank you, Callie. Anything else? If not, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Well, I'll make it.
Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I mean, aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. We are adjourned. 10:08 PM.